I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel? Ms. Zolotel is here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy? Here. Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Ms. Quinn Davidson? Mr. Perez Verdilla? Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Just two notes. Ms. Zafara Strain is excused, and then Ms. Quinn Davidson will be calling in later into the meeting. And then Mr. Presveria is here somewhere. All right, moving on. Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see. Ms. Pineda, can you go ahead and lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Moving on to minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular assembly meeting of June 4, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, then those minutes are approved. Moving on to Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pineda has some comments that may be of interest.
Thank you.
If you would call upon her again.
Of course. Ms. Pineda.
Good evening. So I just wanted to provide you guys with a little bit of an update about the coronavirus and the repatriation of a plane that is happening kind of in real time. So I'm handing out a press release we just sent out about the local response. And I'm just going to walk you through some basic information and answer any questions that you might have. Some questions I might not be able to answer, but I'm here for that. So as many of you know, in mid-December 2019, an outbreak of a respiratory illness caused by a novel, which simply means new, coronavirus, was first detected in Wuhan City, China, and it continued to expand. The infections have been reported and growing throughout many countries. We've had 5 cases reported here in the United States. All of them are being monitored. We're learning more on a regular and daily basis. On Thursday, January 23rd, the state of Alaska initiated a situational awareness call, which was primarily targeted at making sure that local health providers and people around the state had information that was coming out of the CDC related to recommended protocols. Once that happened, most healthcare providers, including the local health department, instituted some new basic protocols, including getting travel history, providing some communications and signage, and utilizing standard patient identification across the system throughout the state. On Saturday, January 25th, the Anchorage Health Department actually activated our operations center at a level 1 due to a request and in a call with the state and federal authorities related to a potential repatriation. And initially, that was a process where local, state, and federal entities were getting together and talking about the capacity at the local and state level to accommodate the consular request related to repatriation of a plane of Americans to the United States. That started a series of communications. We participated in many calls. Yesterday, we had about 7 different organizational meetings. And there are many different partners. I'm not going to list them all, but I did want to talk to you a little bit about what the municipal role is and what the municipal public health role is. So our job is to support state and local, state and federal actions. We have an emergency preparedness team. They have a regular training with our staff that's called CHAT, which is Community Health Action Team. And so our teams are ready and regularly exercising around how to respond to multiple different things that could happen in our community, including the need to stand up alternative care sites, if there was a hospital surge, respond to public health emergencies or outbreaks or issues that could occur in a community. So we're very well suited to do that. It's something that we regularly do. I know that the fire department, and they could speak for themselves, have also been monitoring the situation as well. So at the health department, we have Bill Case, who's our emergency preparedness and safety manager. He's actually functioning as incident command and is currently over at the North Terminal with a group of our nurses who are helping aid the CDC quarantine station at their request. So we have some nurses, I believe the state may have some nurses, and they'll all be helping to participate in some limited screening processes. And this is something that they are trained for, and some basic information that we're using the North Terminal. You've probably seen this. The state's done a great job of pushing out communications about what's happening and where, and I'm happy to share any of those press communications with you. Our staff will be there participating and supporting. There's obviously media interest, and they're set up there. So this evening will be a very busy night for local authorities as well as state authorities. And one key thing that our department does is handle hospital communications. So from the very beginning, they started initiating regular hospital communications with all of the local hospital incident command center, including Matsu. And so what they do is our team will, everybody does kind of a check-in, and then we also do asset collection. So what kind of things do you have? What kind of things do you need? And there's regular communication happening with their incident teams as well as their executives, and our local healthcare providers, our public health nurses, and everyone has just been really hands-on, very welcoming and supportive of working through these things, and it's been a great experience so far. We have had an experience and had a role in things like this in the past, including during the 2011 Japanese earthquake and tsunami. We did have a plane come through the Anchorage airport, I think similarly using the North Terminal. And in 2009, we had some local action around H1N1 swine flu, and there was also 2003 SARS activity that we had public health engagement around. And so that is my report to all of you. I just wanted to let you know that we're working closely with our state and federal partners. Our teams are engaged and business as usual, except for that they're going to be working all night. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pineda, for the update. Where should residents go to get updated and current information?
So we have shared in that press release 2 websites. The state has stood up a very good, comprehensive website for state information, and the EPI team at the state feeds regular updates from CDC, but you can also go directly to the CDC, and I think we added that link there as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, moving in on our agenda, we're down to Assembly Chair's report. So 3 quick things. First, I want to thank everyone on the body who volunteered or attended Project Homeless Connect last week. Second, I hope to see everyone at the AEDC luncheon tomorrow. And then third, we have a Rules Committee meeting on Friday at 10 a.m. with, I think, some pretty good agenda topics, so hopefully folks can make it. With that, I will turn it over to committee reports, and I'll start on this side with Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. Last Thursday, the Community and Economic Development Committee met and discussed the brown jug, which we'll see later this evening, and also we're continuing what will probably be a long discussion on possible changes to our marijuana license ordinance, and we have something introduced that did not come from the committee that we'll be talking about in a couple of weeks, but that'll be an ongoing discussion. Also, AMAT's the city organization that handles the federal funds for roads. It has their Metropolitan Transportation Plan out for public comment through, I think it was mid-February. I heard it was extended to March, but it's a long read, but it's very important how we build our roads and where we build them. And if you have any thoughts on that, this is your chance to get your thoughts into the process. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel? Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee, which Ms. Quinn Davidson and I co-chair together, will meet next Wednesday, February 5th, 10 to 11 a.m., City Hall, room 830. And we will be talking about Tobacco 21, specifically minor in possession. And as many of you may recall, it was removed from the municipal code. However, it's still in state law, and that has resulted in some citations of minors under state law. So we will have representatives from the health department, from APD, the school district, the ombudsman's office, as well as health advocates there to discuss how we should go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met on the 15th of January and got updates about potential changes to Title 28. And that's discussion is probably ending here as we have passed those changes, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
So I actually was distracted. Did you report on the Enterprise Committee? Thank you. Good. The Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee met last week, and we had a brief discussion about the Solid Waste Services Waste Energy Update, in which we'll be getting more information. And then we also had a discussion about the port line of credit that is on the agenda today. And then we also have set for next month, we had a work session with Ascent Northern Compass Group last Friday relating to the port, in which we delved deeper into the plans going forward for the next year for the Assembly and for the administration related to the port, which kind of gelled around the idea of a new commission that's coming in the form of a draft ordinance. And then also in February, we'll be meeting to discuss an update of the Solid Waste Services Master Plan, which is on the agenda for introduction. We'll pull that item and set it for a public hearing on the 25th of February, so we'll have time to hear it at the committee. And then we will also have a brief update by AWW on the hydrant charges. So that's for our meeting next month.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Vidia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, don't have a committee report, but I would like to take this opportunity to share something. I know that many of the members of the Assembly are working on trying to make this a part of our introduction each time, doing a land acknowledgement. But getting anxious, I don't want to wait, so I'm going to go ahead and do one tonight. This is Dena'ina Homeland. Land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. Land acknowledgement opens a space with gratefulness and respect for the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspective of indigenous peoples. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. I would like to take a moment tonight to recognize that we are on Dena'ina land. For more than 1,000 years, the Dena'ina people have been and continue to be the original stewards of this land. We all can learn from Dena'ina Uch Ulishi, the Dena'ina way of living. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize in oversight. The Public Safety Committee will be meeting next week, Wednesday the 5th at 11 a.m. On the 8th floor of City Hall, and we'll be discussing the pawn shop ordinance proposed by Ms. LaFrance and yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. The Audit Committee has met, and I think the only significant issue was the plan for audits for 2020. Nothing there that's controversial. It is the routine sorts of things that the audit division is required by statute or ordinance, and the work plan for the year. And I just note that the audits that we looked at here the last time we met were ones that were initiated by the administration, and which was a very responsible action on those administrative departments, and the audits were very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on in our agenda to addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes. Consent agenda items number 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what members would like to pull from the consent agenda. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9D, Delta 16, F, Foxtrot 11, and F 21.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Can you come back to me, please?
Sure. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to pull 9 Alpha 2, 9 Delta 19, 9 Delta 20, and 9 F5. And 9 F5 I'd like to set for public hearing to 225.
Can you do that one more time, please?
A2, D19 and 20, and F5.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull 9B5, 9B11, 9B12, 9D19, 9D20, 9F16. I believe that's it for now.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 9A1, 9B8, 9B10, and 9B13. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My items have already been pulled.
Thank you. I'm going to skip over you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull a 9 Bravo 9.
Okay. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I think both of the ones I wanted, 9A2 and 9B10, I think were both already pulled. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. Let me go through the list. So for 9A, I have items 1 and 2. For 9B, I have items 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. For 9D, I have items 16, 19, and 20. And for 9F, I have items 5, 11, 16, and 21. All right, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A through 9E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. I'm going to go ahead and go through all of the pulled items, starting with 9A1. And excuse me. Resolution number AR 2020-29, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 2020 Betty Davis African American Summit 2 and the vision and legacy of Senator Betty Davis. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that item passes. I believe I am presenting with Mr. Dunbar, and then Ms. Kennedy is reading.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 2020 Betty Davis African American Summit II and the vision and legacy of Senator Betty Davis. Whereas Betty Davis's commitment to our children called her to public service, and she was elected to the Anchorage School Board in 1982, where she served with distinction for 13 years, over 3 decades. And whereas in 1990, Betty Davis became the first African American woman to be elected to the Alaska State House of Representatives, and in 2000, the first African American elected to the Alaska State Senate, where she served until 2013. And whereas Senator Davis hosted the 2007 African American Summit that was held in Anchorage from August 31st to September 2nd with the theme, Strengthening the African American Community. And whereas to honor Senator Davis's legacy and to advance her vision, Shiloh Community Development, Inc. organized the February 16, 2019 Betty Davis African American Summit at Clark Middle School with the theme, Moving Towards Hope Together. And whereas to further advance Senator Davis's vision of a forum where the African American community can address critical issues of public policy and government, the African Black Caucus will be hosting the Betty Davis African American Summit II on Saturday, February 29, 2020, from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Bartlett High School. And whereas the summit is free and open to the public, and activities include an opening prayer breakfast, education, legislative, justice, economic, and health panels, a luncheon, a closing reception, and informational booths hosted by community partners. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize the 2020 Betty Davis African American Summit II and the vision and legacy of Senator Betty Davis, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of January, 2020.
I'd like to thank all the Assembly members for this honor for my mother. And I know if she was here, she'd be chomping at the bit to get this, her little agenda going. My sister is not here. She also sent her appreciation to you. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Celeste Hodge Groudon, and I am the president of the Alaska Black Caucus, the host organization for the upcoming Betty Davis African American Summit. That was discussed earlier, and I'd just like to introduce some of our board members. If you want to just share your name.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jocasta G. Ulp, and I am the Assistant Secretary for the Alaska Black Caucus.
Yolandis Williams, Vice President, Alaska Black Caucus.
Okay, so you heard that introduction, and then you also heard the invitation to come out and support the African American Betty Davis Summit. So I'm going to reiterate that you are invited. We would love to see you. The luncheon is actually a legislative luncheon, and some of you are already on the program to share information and update our community. So again, we'd love to see you. We thank you for this opportunity and for the resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on in our agenda, we now have before us item 9A2, resolution number AR 2020-30, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jeremy Icy Ives, Kalara Vare. Apologies. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, that item passes. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I'll be reading.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing...
Hold on. I think I'm reading. I'm presenting. Oh, thank you. Better. I like that better. Thanks.
All right, let's try that again, folks. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jeremy Icy Ives, Calera Virey. Whereas Jeremy Icy Ives Calera Virey, a Filipino-American born in Anchorage, Alaska, has become the first world champion in the dance art form breaking to come out of Alaska. And whereas in 2015, Jeremy started his journey as a student of breaking and the hip-hop cultural arts when he was inducted into the Rock Force crew. This crew was established in 1983 and is one of the most successful breakdancing crew in the world. And whereas in 2018 and 2019, Jeremy was the back-to-back Red Bull BC One national champion, the biggest platform for breaking in the world. And whereas Jeremy has been able to travel to over 10 states, 12 countries, and counting to represent the state of Alaska at high-level competitions. And whereas Jeremy focuses on educating young future artists at dance studios, elementary schools, high schools, and universities worldwide in hopes of inspiring the youth and help evolve their craft. And whereas Jeremy also organizes community cultural events in Alaska to provide a positive platform for future leaders. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Jeremy Icy Ives Calera Virey is recognized and honored for his outstanding accomplishments and his devoted service to his community and to the people and youth of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of January, 2020.
Welcome.
Just want to say thank you to all the Assembly members. Thank you, friends and family, for coming out on this Tuesday evening to see me receive this resolution. And everybody along my journey that's been there from the beginning till today. And I know with this resolution, definitely it inspires me to give back to Alaska 10 times more than I've been doing since the past years I've been active in this hip-hop community. My mentor coming all the way from the Bay Area just to be here today to throw the event that we had yesterday, Mighty Four. And my other mentors, John UC, Kareem, my family out here today. It's a blessing. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Don't go too far. I have a couple comments for you. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, don't go far. Is a totally unhip guy, 3 times your age. I mean, I'm an Alaska patriot, so to have a world champion and anything from Alaska is really cool. What is breaking? Is that like breakdancing that I've seen, or tell me?
Yeah, so breaking is also known as b-boying. It was originated in Bronx of New York.
Show us.
Oh, you want to see? Let's do it.
Oh, they're going to do it? Oh, great.
I want to talk to you, yeah, baby. Things in my mind, darling. I want to say to you, your love, baby. It's got a hold on me, yeah.
Yeah, Ives.
Thank you, Ives. That was incredible.
Thank you.
Now I get it. Thanks.
All right. Save that energy for later in the meeting, guys. All right. Moving on in our agenda. We now have item 9B5, resolution number AR 2020-25, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $40,000 as a contribution from the 2020 Public Works Administration Department Glen Alps Service Area Fund to the miscellaneous capital projects pass-through capital improvement fund, all within the Public Works Administration Department for the purpose of providing funding for the Glen Alps Roads and Drainage Capital Improvement Program. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. This is an item actually that's a duplicate. We already passed this at a previous meeting.
Thank you. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then that item is postponed indefinitely. The next item before us is item 9B8. Resolution number AR 2020-36, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly establishing a list of developed trails with prohibited trapping zones. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was wondering if Mr. Nealon Taylor would come up and talk to us a little bit about this list of trails that we have on our resolution tonight.
Welcome.
I assume that's okay.
Absolutely.
Well, anyway, I support the resolution, and basically you passed an ordinance back in May, I think it was May 12th, establishing a rule that within 50 yards of developed trails, there would be no placing of traps. The definition of a developed trail has always been a tricky one, and I've worked on this issue for more than 20 years, advocating for these buffer zones. And we always run into a problem with a definition. So the ordinance you passed provides a procedure for, listing, determining that this trail is developed, meets that definition. And so this ordinance that's before you right now would basically list a lot of trails. And I've looked through the list, and it's a good list. There's, I think, more than is necessary because some of the trails are in areas otherwise closed, but listing them on top of a state regulation. So I'm speaking, for instance, the city right here. There's no placing of traps for game in the city that's allowed, and that's by state regulation. So you don't really need to list trails in the Anchorage Bowl here. But this list that you have here does list some of those trails. And so my view is, why not? It doesn't hurt. In those areas that are open to trapping where we really need a list, you've got them. So that's great. So we're supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And we actually have an interactive map that trappers can access at the muni.org website. And if they have their cell phone with them, they can check this out, and it'll show them what trails are in the no trapping zones and what aren't, which ones aren't. And our GIS department spent a good deal of time putting that map together, and it's pretty impressive if you go to that map. It'll actually, if you have your phone with you and are doing this on the trail, it'll actually show you where you are on the map, so you can tell whether, wow, I'm on a trail that I can trap on, or I'm on a trail that I can't trap on. So it's a pretty good job done by our GIS department.
I hate to contradict our sponsor, but there are a couple of important trails that are in areas open to trapping under state regulation that are listed in your list, but they're not highlighted on those maps. I'm speaking of the East Fork of the Eklutna Trail and the Indian Valley Trail. They've got part of that trail on the far side of the pass, but on not the near side. So I would like to actually just communicate with them and say you need a couple more pink lines there. But other than that, before you tonight is a list, and that's a great list. And it really, I just saw the maps today. They are terrific. But I was looking for
right.
if any of the
if we need to add some trails to the map, that we can always continue to do that.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
We had a pretty lively discussion when we passed that ordinance, and people who care really, really care. And I'd like to see this go to a public hearing and just have give people a chance to talk about it. Might be nothing, but it's, this gets to the detail that people were very concerned about when we passed that ordinance. So I'd like to move that we put this to public hearing. I'd make it, when's our 2 meetings from now?
Second.
The 25th, February 25th?
Yep. Okay. Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Did you want to speak to it anymore?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Constant on the motion to postpone?
My question fits for either topic. What vetting internally has this list gone through? What, did it get through the municipal manager as we had discussed in the process, or where did it come from?
We worked with the Parks Department. We worked with the State Fish and Game Department. We worked with the Trappers Association, and we've also been working with interested trappers and community members as well out there to come up with this list. If you look at the list, it's about 3 full pages, so it's taken us a while to get all these areas vetted. And we, as you're probably aware, we have a lot of trails in the municipality of Anchorage, and so it took us quite a while actually to put this list together.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the motion to postpone?
Yes, kind of in general, I guess, but also to the motion. One of the reasons why I pulled this was because I wanted to know more about the process of coming up with the list, because looking at the list, it did look like it was Fish and Game and DNR. So I was trying to get a sense of who was really involved in doing this, because one of the reasons that I initially actually opposed this was because my fear was in the fact that this could create a false sense of security for people. And so I would want to know what this list actually tells people. So I want it to be something that we know people will understand what it means, whether they're a trapper or they're just out going for a walk. What does it mean if one of these trails is on this list, and what would be the expectation of people in terms of their safety? So I hadn't thought about doing a public hearing, to try to make sure that we can flesh that out a little bit. I don't necessarily oppose this list, but I want to make sure that it's really going to do what we need it to do, that it's comprehensive enough, that there's an expectation there that people understand what the list is telling them. So I think it'd be kind of nice to have that additional conversation. So I will support the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. That motion is approved 8-2. So that'll be back before us at the meeting of February 25th. We now have before us item 9B9, resolution number AR 2020-37, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly outlining the intended use of funds collected through a 5% retail sales tax on the sale of alcoholic beverages if approved by the voters within the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this?
I did, and really just for a comment, I mean, this is something that relates to the S1 version of the sales tax, so I'll let the sponsors of that have their way with it. But, I do have a concern. We have, going down your list of what you would spend the money on is the core team, and we have an example of one firefighter going out and doing amazing stuff, finding frequent flyers for the EMT calls and minimizing that. And it's been tremendous. It's really expensive, because the nature of firefighters, his time is backfilled with overtime. So it's $250,000 for someone to do that. And I think someone did it and showed that it was a good thing to do. But the core team, as we've seen it presented, takes another firefighter, extremely expensive, an APD officer, also extremely expensive, and other very expensive people doing things that maybe they're not the best people necessarily to do. I mean, if you took this $1.7 million and gave it to a group like Choices, they could do 3 times as much because they have the counselors, they have people trained to go out into the field, meet with people, pull them into services. So the goal of what the core team does is proven to be valuable and critical, but having it done as shown to us for $1.7 million is I can't. I hope we don't commit to that.
Thank you. Want to note for the record, we've been joined by Ms. Quinn Davidson on the line. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I would note that naming any nonprofit entity may or may not come with the accolades that one might suggest from other perspectives. And so I just would offer there might be lots of organizations that could provide a different array of services, but that one may or may not be the best example. Thank you.
No, just to fund that, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's another resolution in a few that Ms. Zolotel has proposed describing a process whereby if an alcohol tax or a sales tax were to pass, we would engage in a public process to drill down on how we spend the money. But I intend to support that resolution. But before we get to that point, we've received a lot of comments from the public. They want as much specificity as possible as to what we think we could spend this on. And while we've provided a lot of that in the ballot language itself, this resolution and the accompanying chart, which we presented at a work session, are again intended to provide some more of that certainty. But you are correct, Mr. Weddleton. We will have an opportunity to reevaluate this and perhaps change. But I would urge my colleagues to support this. It's introduced by the same people that introduced the S1 version of the alcohol tax, and it's a vision for a specific plan on how to spend those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
I'm going to do my best here, guys. I apologize for my voice. So my concern with this is that it dedicates almost $8.7 million to year-over-year spending. If we bring funding like proposed on, unless we cut those positions or those programs, they have to be funded year over year. That leaves only $3.1 million to do some of the work, and we haven't even discussed the potential escalating costs of the core team. So I am concerned, but hopefully a clear budgeting process can get to those concerns later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just understand the what we would be passing here, and maybe someone from the administration can speak to this, but is this simply a resolution to chart out a vision? Are we bound by these choices? What is the sort of the requirement that this passing this places on the assembly in terms of future choices? And I sort of defer to legal counsel to respond to that. What does this bind us to, or is this simply sort of a statement of intention?
Mr. Gates, do you want to take a stab at that?
Generally, it's a statement of intent. I don't think this legally binds you, but it is, I guess, out there for the public to see what the body's intent is if you pass it.
Through the chair, I would agree with that. I apologize. I don't seem to be a non-voting member of the body tonight, so I can't log into my screen and request to speak. But I agree with Mr. Gates.
Just for clarification, we're not bound by this at all. It's simply a statement of intention. Is that correct?
That's correct with respect to this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
That may be true, and I'll trust the lawyers on that. But anyone reading this, it says, excuse me, the intent revenue collected from a 5% retail sales tax beverages will be spent for new positions and services as detailed in the attached exhibit. That's pretty firm.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
It seems to me like this and the other item that Ms. Zolotel has proposed should be taken up concurrent with the tax questions and maybe after the tax questions, so we know where we land. I don't know why we would sort through all of this in advance. To me, it seems like this is part of that conversation coming up. Seems out of order.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. And I do see that language that Mr. Weddleton pointed to, but let me take you one line or two up. This is modified by in line 37 at the end of that line. The intent of the assembly is the revenue collected should. So this is just an expression of intent that it will be spent this way. It's an expression of intent. and you're judged in the courts of public opinion, I guess I should say.
Thank you. Any other discussion or motions? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That fails 6-5. All right. We now have before us item 9B10, resolution number AR 2020-38, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly declaring support of the National Stepping Up Initiative to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses incarcerated in the criminal justice system. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the February 25th meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
So first I want to just explain what the Stepping Up Initiative is. It is a national initiative to reduce the number of people with mental illness in jails, and it's a call to action demonstrating strong support from our municipality and to do a multi-step planning process using data to really address this very serious issue that we face and that communities face across the country. The reason I am proposing that we postpone it is because once we brought this forward, I learned that this is not new for this community. It's not new for this state. There have been people that have been working on this for a long time. Leaders in the community stepped forward and said that they would be willing to work with us on this, people from the Mental Health Trust and others. And so we wanted to give the administration time to look at this and to work with us and to also engage people in the community and organizations that have more experience working on this particular initiative, so that when we do bring it forward and approve it, that it's not just it's not just an empty resolution, but there's actually some planning behind it in terms of how we would move forward. So that's the rationale for wanting to postpone it and give us some time to work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I want to say that I appreciate the postponement because I did have some questions, and I think for the most part I would support this, but I did have some questions, and so if I could kind of ask those now so that when we have that conversation with the administration that they might be kind of on the record to. The first thing I wanted to point out, though, was on line 21, it says, well, on line 20, whereas correctional staff in jails on average may spend 2 to 3 times more on adults with mental illnesses. More what? I think there's a word missing there. I don't know if that's money or time or personnel or whatever, so maybe check that. But the other thing I would be interested in is, since this is kind of taken from that national perspective, it'd be interesting, or it'd be more effective, I think, to have the specifics to our state or our community rather than relying on this nationwide data. So that would be helpful as well to have when we talk a little bit more about this next time. So thank you.
Thank you. And just in general, if we can stick to the motion before us, have to try to get through everything today. We have a lot of deadlines to meet. Mr. Dyson?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Thank you. That wasn't intended to be rude. I just have to manage time. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Point of order. I'm sorry. What date was it?
February 25th, I believe that's the meeting.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right. That motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 9B11. And before we get to that, I need to read something really quick. What email is that? Which of you two sent it to me? Okay, thanks. Is this the right one? Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. So items 9, B11, B12, D19, and D20 are all similar items regarding Hilton Garden Inn LL number 4236 and Homewood Suites Anchorage LL number 4354. And all the documents are before the assembly that would, the D items would approve the transfer of ownership of these two liquor licenses. On January 22nd, 2020, after the agenda was prepared, the clerk's office received an extensive public comment regarding the transfer applications for Hilton Garden Inn LL number 4236 and Homewood Suites Anchorage LL number 4354, which has been provided to the Assembly. To address this extensive public comment, the Assembly members have the option to set a final review of the transfers with public hearings on each transfer. So those are items 9B11 and 9B12. That's what those two items do at the February 11th, 2020 regular Assembly meeting. Again, the Assembly members have one of two options before us. Move the AMs to approve the transfer of these two items. That's items 9D, 19, and 20. Or move the ARs to set a public hearing for February 11th, which are items 9B11 and 9B12. So that's what's before us right now. So we now have before us item 9B11, resolution number AR 2020-39, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest pending a public hearing and final action on the transfer of ownership application for beverage dispensary tourism state liquor license number 4236 for CP Anchorage for LLC DBA Hilton Garden Inn Anchorage. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
I move to public hearing February 11th.
Second.
Yeah, I believe approval of the item would do that. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, so I just wanted you to restate, and bring me the clerk restate, what is the appropriate motion here? I think several of us would like to have that public hearing on February 11th. So what's the best motion to do that?
You guys should say it, not me.
Through the chair, the motion is to approve the ARs. If you move to approve the ARs, that will set a public hearing on February 11th on both of these items.
That's what I mean to do. Thank you.
And that's why I meant the second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Excuse me. If I have a legal challenge to the proposed resolutions, how may I be heard on that?
So right now, we don't have a public hearing, but if one of the members has a question for you, they can ask a question.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Are
Mr.
you
Constant?
representing the applicant?
I am.
Okay, yeah, it would be fine if we could hear from them for just a moment. But you understand the purpose is just to set a public hearing, so we could hear from you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that the resolutions have not been properly noticed to the applicant for the licensees under municipal code.
Luckily, there will be 2 weeks to rectify that. Thank you.
Do you want to address that? Do you want Jean?
So I can't be heard on that issue? Oh, okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I would just like to point out that the applicants only received notice of the two proposed resolutions about 5 hours ago today, even though the resolutions are relying very heavily upon a memo that the municipal clerk's office received on January 21st. And under Alaska Municipal Code 3120 subsection F, the Assembly shall not act on any sort of application by resolution with grounds for protest unless the municipal clerk has prepared a proposed resolution and sent it to the licensee and the community council involved at least 10 days prior to the date set for Assembly action. So I don't believe that the Assembly has the authority to even remove the matter and conditionally protest it from the consent agenda. I mean, these applications have been pending for some time. The board, after extensive review and consideration, approved them. The Assembly only has a basis to conditionally protest an application of a transfer of a liquor license based on logical reason and actual facts. And if I don't believe either of those have been met, in addition to the failure to have a notice requirement. So I do raise concerns that the proposed motion that you're about to vote on is not even properly before the Assembly.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm certain that the attorneys will have a perspective on this, but there is no action other than to set a public hearing, and so.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I got it. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, well, I suppose everybody's not, but I think it would be nice to have an explanation of what we're doing here, because I think we're doing what you say we should do. We're, at this point, noticing you, and we'll have a public hearing when actions would be taken in 2 weeks. So that's the general process here. Am I correct on that?
I'm going to go ahead and turn over to our attorneys to explain. Mr. Gates?
Yes, I agree with what Mr. Woodleton has stated, and what this does, and you have a point about not having notice for this tonight, but this resolution doesn't actually take any substantive action on a protest, and that's why those code provisions you read aren't exactly applicable here. It does just give us time to set this public hearing and tell the state we need a little time to conduct the public hearing and give due process to the applicant and so forth, and then consider whether to exercise the right to protest or not. And that's what this does, is set that consideration for February 11th.
I appreciate that explanation. My concern is that the protest period expires on February 10th. What the municipality is currently proposing to do through these resolutions is hold a public hearing on February 11th, a day after the protest period actually expires. So if this resolution had been properly noticed and ample time had been given, then my client's issues could be heard, and a public hearing could be held prior to the close of the protest period. Now, what is happening here is essentially the municipality is attempting to extend the protest period, relying upon facts that I do not believe meet the statutory obligations to even protest.
Yes, and that's an argument that you need to make to the state ABC board when they look at the municipality's protest, if there is one or if there isn't. So that's really not an argument to defeat approving this resolution. It's an argument to make to the state ABC board, say the municipality didn't meet the protest period, 60 days, which expired February 10th, like you just said. So that would be the right forum for that point.
All right. Well, thank you for letting my objections be heard. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm sorry, did we get your name? And then I had a question once we get your name, too. Sorry.
Renee Sadi, and I'm legal counsel for CP Anchorage 4 LLC and CP Anchorage 5 LLC,
Okay.
the two entities that have recently purchased the Midtown hotels that are seeking the transfer of the license, both the Hilton Garden Inn as well as the Homewood Estates.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we set the public hearing for 2 weeks from now, essentially. I mean, is that enough for you to prepare a response? I mean, the purpose is to hear from all sides on these things. So.
Well, we're certainly going to try our best because we want to move this forward without further delay.
Okay, so doing it 4 weeks from now would not be good.
No, we'd prefer
Okay.
to just move forward
Okay.
with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I'd look forward to hearing from your clients. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I vote yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I hit it.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 9B12, Resolution number AR 2020-40. Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest pending a public hearing and final action on the transfer of ownership application for beverage dispensary tourism license, liquor license number 4354 for CP Anchorage 5, LLC DBA Homewood Suites Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, I vote yes.
Thank you. That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 9B13, Resolution number AR 2020-41, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a public deliberative process for developing a plan for use and budgeting of new tax revenue sources.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to take this up at the same time we take up the other tax proposals. I don't know if you want to do it before or after. Mr. Constant had mentioned that too. So I make a motion to change the order of the day to take this up at the same time we take up the tax proposals.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Ms. Alto?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm so sorry. Can you just repeat what Mr. Dunbar said? This is after what?
So change the order of the day to take this up. Do you want to take it up before or after item 13B or 13A?
Oh,
sorry, I can't see that.
It's B4, but it's like the letter B and the number 4.
Got it.
I move to take it up before, immediately before.
Okay, and sorry, I didn't get clarity there. Before item 13B or A?
B.
Okay, so before item 13B. So we'll do item 13A, then this item, then 13B. Okay. Any further discussion on that motion to change the order of the day? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Okay, yes.
Why?
Let's do it now. Why wait?
All right. Moving on in our agenda, we now have before us item 9D16.
Move to approve.
Second.
A little too fast for me, guys. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 74-2020, Amendment Number 2 to Contract 2017-000751 with Denali Law Group, Denali for Indigent Defense Legal Services. Move to approve and seconds on the floor. Any discussion? I think it was you, Mr. Dyson, that pulled this one.
Yes, thank you. I'd like some information from the administration. What I want to be assured of is that our public defenders are, the service we get from them is adequate to meet the requirements, and that particularly indigent people who have been arrested get adequate representation.
Certainly, through the chair. Denali Law Group has been providing this service for us for the past several years. We've been pleased with their work. They work exceedingly hard and handle all of our cases with the exception of cases that are conflicted out. The purpose of this amendment is to allow them to hire another attorney to do expressly what you're concerned about. Essentially, as we've discussed previously, we have enhanced our police force, which means we are we are making more arrests, which means we are prosecuting more cases. So I have organizationally moved an attorney from the civil division to the criminal division within my own department in order to handle the increased prosecutorial caseload. This is essentially the last piece of the puzzle. We're allowing Denali Law Group, our public defense contractor, to also add another attorney to their ranks so that they can continue to handle the caseload that we have and provide a high quality of indigent defense to folks who are facing prosecution.
If I may follow up, could we ever be vulnerable to defense challenging us on inadequate representation for the accused?
I don't believe that we as the municipality would have legal liability. I mean, certainly any litigation question is fact specific, so we'd have to depend on what was happening there. And so potentially, I guess, in a very extreme circumstance, but I'm not sure what that would look like. I don't think we'd have sort of liability to an individual defendant. But again, it would depend on the facts of what might come up.
Right.
In our current scenario, I'm confident that what we're aiming to do here is make sure that we are providing an adequate defense and that we're allowing our contractor to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
So no motion. Right. That item is approved 11-0. And just as a reminder to the body, these next two items will die without a motion, and I think that is the intent of the body since we passed items 9B, 11, and 12, I believe, were the two items. So we now have item 9D19 before us, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 30-2020, application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 4236 for CP Anchorage 4 LLC DBA Hilton Garden Inn Anchorage. What is the will of the body? Okay, seeing no motion, that dies. Moving on. 9D20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 31-2020, application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 4354 for CP Anchorage 5 LLC DBA Homewood Suites Anchorage. What is the will of the body? Seeing no motion, that dies. Moving on. We now have before us item 9F5. Ordinance number AO 2020-15, an ordinance approving and authorizing modifications made to Solid Waste Services Integrated Solid Waste Master Plan.
This is moved to postpone, sir. Right.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, so I'd move to postpone this one to February 25th so that we can hear it at the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee.
Yes, thank you. So the clerk advises me it's to change the public hearing to the meeting of the 25th.
Yeah, change the public.
Does that need a third?
Third.
Okay, so there was a first, second, and third to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have before us item 9F11. Resolution number AR 2020-16, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $1,738,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund and appropriating $64,213 as a contribution from the 2020 Anchorage Police Department operating budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund, to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, all in the Anchorage Police Department for impaired driving enforcement. Mr. Dyson, you pulled this?
Move to approve.
It's set for a public hearing. So did you have a question on this or wanted to set it for a different public hearing?
Yeah, I do have a question, and we might want this to be heard in Public Safety Committee, and that might be wise. The question I have is I understand that the test for driving impaired is a blood test, and that there's been a significant delay in getting those processed because I think, as I understand it, the State Crime Lab has contracted that to the only qualified contractor vendor offering that service, and that there's been a very significant delay. So I'd like to get the answer to that question when it comes up. And
Sure.
I hope I'm wrong on all counts.
Sure. And then I guess a question to Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. Do we have room on the next Public Safety Committee meeting for this item?
Yeah, I got into the queue to say yes. The next public hearing is, next Public Safety Committee is next week on the 5th, so we could answer that question. So I think we can either move to introduce or move to set public hearing for the 11th as it is on the agenda, and we can accomplish Mr. Dyson's goal.
Okay. So then, because this item was pulled, we do need a motion to introduce a first, second, and third.
Move to introduce.
Third.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on in our agenda to 9F16. Resolution number AR 2020-27, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a $200,000 contribution from the 2020 Maintenance and Operations Department operating budget area-wide general fund to the area-wide general capital improvement program fund, Maintenance and Operations Department to establish a capital reserve fund for future roof repairs of the George M. Sullivan Arena, Anchorage Museum at Rasmussen Center, and Z.J. Lusac Library. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is a duplicate and one that we voted on previously.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That item is postponed indefinitely by a vote of 11 to 0. We now have before us item 9F21. Ordinance number AO 2020-11, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Sections 21.07.010D and 21.07.080F to allow for alternative equivalent landscape design, minimize land disturbance, and encourage the retention of existing landscape, and extend the allowed planting season, set for a public hearing on February 11th. Mr. Dyson, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you. When we had our debates on the climate plans, I tried to make strongly the point that amongst the most effective things we can do is to provide for as much retention and restoration of plants, trees, and so on. And I've asked Mr. Schutte, we've had a little bit of discussion about that, but to have his department take some leadership in seeing if there's ways we can incentivize replanting the lots that have been clear cut and have been laying fallow for a long time, and to build more incentives if we could to not clear cut lots and to leave as much of the vegetation in place. And Mr. Schutte says that they will do that. And Mr. Weddleton, I would suggest at some future time this would be a legitimate issue for your committee to take up. And I can't underscore how important it is that we do that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. As is usual, we are on the same page. I have asked the clerk's office to reach out to Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy to see if we can get this item referred to their committee. So that should be happening.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to that?
Just looking at Mandy here. So this, if it came up in 2 weeks, could we? I doubt there's a real huge rush on this. If we made it the 25th and had it at our regular meeting on whatever that would be, the 20th or something. Is that meeting very busy? Okay, could I move to the public hearing on February 25th?
So it's a motion to introduce and have the public hearing on February 25th.
Third.
Moved, seconded, and thirded. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're done with this item. If you have any specific questions for that committee, I would send them to Mr. Weddleton. Moving on in our agenda to item 11A, resolution number AR 2019-378, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments for the sewer special improvements within levy upon connection, Luck Roll 2019-S-2.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
What's that?
Okay. Sure, we'll take care of that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On December 13th, Mr. Weddleton moved to approve, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Motion to approve is on the floor.
And was that for the original item? I don't think we even had the S at this time when it was back before us, right?
Right.
Okay, so then I need we have the regular original version before us. Can someone make a motion to approve the S version?
Move to approve the S version.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the S version?
I just would ask if this family is here. Okay, no worries then.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson? That item passes 11-0. All right.
Can I give you a motion to change the order and take up item 12, please?
Yep, because I think 11B is going to take longer. So can someone make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to changing the order of the day to take up the 12s before 11B? Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move on to the 12s and then come back to 11B. Why can't I find the right page? There we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with item 12A under appearance requests with Mr. Cliff Grow. Welcome. Thank you. And I believe we have 2 public appearance requests. For the record, you have 3 minutes, and if you can introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cliff Grow, board member for Alaska Common Ground. As the members of this assembly well know, the state of Alaska has a continuing and substantial fiscal challenge. Oil revenues have plummeted, savings are shrinking. This leaves projected budget deficits for the state of Alaska that average between $1 billion and $2 billion each year as far as the eye can see. Alaskans are increasingly considering 4 options to address this yawning and persistent fiscal gap. Making substantial additional budget cuts, continuing to use more than 50% of the annual permanent fund draw to help pay for public services, even if that reduces permanent fund dividends, reinstating broad-based taxes such as a personal income tax or a statewide sales tax, raising oil taxes. Alaska Common Ground is holding mini debates on each of these 4 options Tuesday, February 11th, at the 49 State Brewing Company at 717 West 3rd Avenue from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The title of this event on Tuesday evening, February 11th, is From Conflict to Compromise, 4 debates on Alaska's fiscal options. If you come, you can hear one-on-one debates of each option from experts in a place where you can purchase beer and beverages. This is not always true of all public policy discussions in Alaska. I would note here I've not been offered either one, for example. This event is free, although there's a suggested donation of $10. There'll be time for questions from the audience. You can find more information about this event set for Tuesday evening, February 11th, at akcommonground.com. This event will also be taped, and the tape will be put on that Alaska Common Ground website for your viewing pleasure in case you go to this assembly meeting that's scheduled for that evening. Very briefly, the speakers for this event and the topics are on additional substantial budget cuts. The supporter is Melody Wilterdink, Associate Director of Alaska Policy Forum. The opponent is Les Guerra, former legislator. On the question of continuing to use more than 50% of the annual permanent fund draw to help pay for public services, the supporter is Scott Kendall, former Chief of Staff to Governor Bill Walker. The opponent is longtime former legislator Rick Halford. On reinstated broad-based taxes, the supporter is Brad Keithley, Managing Director of Alaskans for Sustainable Budgets. The opponent is Tim Harper, economist and consultant. And on raising oil taxes, the supporter is attorney Robin Brenna. The opponent is petroleum economist Roger Marks. I hope to see all of you who can come on Tuesday evening, February 11th. And for those who can, I hope that you will view it on your lovely computer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you for speaking before us. Next appearance requests, we have Mr. Brandon Lewis.
Hello. I'm actually Roger Hamaker with 9-Star Education and Employment Services, filling in for Brandon because he was coming today to talk to you all and invite you all to an event that we have coming up next Thursday. And just real brief, my program is the Youth Employment Program of 9-Star, Youth Employment and Education. We work with kids 16 to 24 years of age, exclusively focused on kids that are out of school. Really target dropouts, but we're also dealing with young people who are homeless and otherwise at risk, have mental health issues coming out of incarceration, former foster care youth. things of that nature. And I'm going to turn it over to Haley, our youth lead for this project, so she can actually tell you more about it. But when you're talking about prevention of certain situations down the road for young people, or pulling young people out of bad situations and getting them to move forward through employment and education, that's kind of what we do. So I'm going to turn it over to Haley right now.
Good afternoon. I'm Haley. I'm a youth intern at 9 Star and the youth lead for our upcoming event, We Make a Difference. The Youth Empowerment Project will touch on many of the stories that our local youth call their lives. These are stories of hardship and resiliency, and most importantly, overcoming it all and finding themselves. I would like to express how important the knowledge Anchorage's youth possess, as these kids have the potential to do amazing things. They just need to be heard. We would like to welcome everyone to attend the event. I have invitations with all of the details in hand, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you. And I don't know who to hand these off to.
Yeah, bring them up here. Yeah, welcome. Oh, that's it. All right, Mr. Weddleton.
I don't know if I declare a conflict, but my wife, Ronnie, works for 9 Star. But I also went to this event last year. I tell you, there's very powerful stories, very inspiring, and you'll shed some tears. It is really incredible.
Thank you. All right. So going back in our agenda, we now have item I guess. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute dinner break, and then we'll get back with item 11. If I can find it in my agenda. Which one is it? It's been requested that we take dinner. Yep. 11B, thank you. Excuse me.
I'll see if yes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get through item 11B, and then we'll be at the various tax proposals, which I know many in the room are here to testify about. So we now have before us item 11B, resolution number AR 2019-450 as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska renewal application for package store liquor license number 1461 for Liquor Stores USA North Inc. DBA Brown Jug Warehouse. Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair, there's no motion.
Okay, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Man, so ghastly. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
We had a really good meeting on this at the Community and Economic Development Committee, and had representative for Brown Jug and also Midtown Community Council, and they have entered in a memorandum of understanding that they are very comfortable with. So that warrants some changes to the wording in this resolution. So do you want me to read it, or is it enough to have it up on the screen there?
I don't think you need to read it if you just want to summarize it briefly.
Okay, so in the section B that we changed, we deleted what was essentially the request that we put certain restrictions on it. We changed B to just acknowledging that they have a memorandum of understanding. And then we had various requirements that the Community Council wanted put on the establishment. And since they have the memorandum of understanding, those are no longer necessary. So we just crossed those out. And this is a standard form. We didn't delete the whole section because we've got kind of a standard layout here. So it just retains the standard layout by keeping the initial wording in that section 3.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, Mr. Constant.
I just would note that in the conversation that happened at the committee, it wasn't just that the operator and the council have come to terms, it's that the operator and the council have come to terms, and that's kind of a very good first step in establishing operating relationships, and that the council is very interested in monitoring this as it goes forward to make sure it happens. So I just want to, it wasn't all kumbaya, it was here's what we want to work on, and we're going to be managing this closely going forward.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. All right, so let me go ahead and explain what we're going to do for items 13A and 13B. So after I am done speaking, I'm going to ask the Vice Chair to do a motion to combine the public hearing, similar to what we did at the last meeting. So what that means is folks will have the opportunity to testify on both items at the same time. You can, if you can, please specify to me whether you plan on testifying on one or both of the items. That way I can set the appropriate time. If you testify on both of the items, you will have 6 minutes. If you testify on just one of the items, you will have 3 minutes, which is the normal amount of time. When you come up and testify, please give us your name clearly into the record. And then for folks who testified at the last regular assembly meeting on these items, you can testify again, but it has to be specific to any changes to these items. And if folks are interested in amendments, clerk staff here have the amendments for the public. So if you want to grab any of those. Yep, and we'll also have them on the screen. Okay, so we're going to, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to combine the public hearings for items 13A and 13B.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that what we will vote on tonight will be 156 amended, S2 amended. I just want people to know that it will be a seasonal sales tax. It'll be 2% in the summer and 1% in the winter, and there'll be a mechanism for senior citizens to claim exemption. And so I just want people to know that. And for those of you who are testifying, it would be helpful to me if you would answer or try to a couple of questions. Do we have our facts straight, and do we have a problem with having enough police officers for enforcement and prosecutors and treatment for people with drug and alcohol problems? So if you think we're wrong on addressing those, please tell us. Secondly, do you think we should do something, and if so, what? And then how is the best way from your perspective to finance it, which I think is pretty clear the issues before us for all of us tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open up public testimony. Would anyone like to testify?
Yes, I would. I would like to testify on both.
Welcome.
Mike, pull the mic closer to you. Thank you.
My name is Jed Whitaker. I have lived in Anchorage since the mid-'80s. I have seen mayors come, and I have seen mayors go. For over 40 years, I've watched this body, and I've watched the mayors and how they behave. Okay? I liked Tom Fink, not because I agreed with his politics, but because he was transparent. With Tom Fink, you got what you saw is what you got. Okay? It's the exact opposite with this administration. This administration lacks transparency. Just ask Judge Stephanie Rhodes. When the mayor said back in June that he was willing to work with anybody about the homeless problem, I took him at his word. I wrote him a letter. I said, hey, why don't we have two things. One, why don't we rezone the east end of the park strip so that underutilized piece of land could be used for housing? And number two, why don't we have a $50 million bond issue to actually build new housing? I'm still waiting for a response from the mayor, okay? The last I heard, Nancy Burke was supposed to write me a letter. She hasn't done it, okay? I am not alone. Judge Stephanie Rhodes' group, according to Judge Stephanie Rhodes, okay, has not had a response from this administration. What this administration has done is give a 12-year tax break to certain developers of millionaire condos downtown. That is not addressing the homeless problem. That is not helping the homeless problem. As far as I can see, Mr. Dyson, the only efficient department we have in this city is the library. I was assaulted last Tuesday night, okay? And a week later, APD has failed to arrest the man who assaulted me. I pay $3,600 or more in property taxes, but I get assaulted, and what happens? APD can't locate him. They know where he works. They know where he lives. Okay, they know who he works for. If I was the mayor, I would fire the chief of police, and I would fire just about every cop that's out there. Now, I'm a union man. I am a union man to the core. But when the police cannot do the job that they are hired to do, and we are paying them $100,000 to $150,000 a year, and they cannot do the job they are hired to do, my God, what is wrong with this city? I'm just shocked at what this city has become under this mayor. Okay? And if you want to talk about how do we have our facts straight with regard to the police, no, you do not. This sales tax for a maximum of 6 years to put a cap, on property tax, this is totally wrong. What you need is some leadership in this city, and I'm sorry, Mr. Dunbar, but I don't think you're qualified to be mayor. Okay? Mr. Constant, you have a phone number that doesn't work. Okay? I've tried calling you, I've tried contacting you, and you're not available. Okay? So, all of you have been aligned with the mayor. Okay? And there have been a lot of really funny things going on here under Mayor Berkowitz. All right? How much more time do I have, Chair?
You have 1 minute, and if you could testify on the 2 items before us.
Yes.
Yep.
These items should not appear before the public because they are not going to do what they're designed to do. They are not addressing the essential problem, which is efficiency of government, making the most out of what you have. Okay? The Europeans have a saying, use it up, make it do, or do without. And there is so much waste in this city government, and there is so much failure to actually have solutions that address the problems that this community faces. It's pathetic. It's just shocking how pathetic this is. After 5 years of the Berkowitz administration, I'm glad Mr. Berkowitz is not going to be mayor anymore. I'll tell you that for sure. I'm glad that we're going to have a new mayor because we need some real leadership in this community. And Mr. Dunbar, you're not the man. I'm sorry.
All right, your time is
Have
up.
a nice day.
Mr. Constant?
I just would offer that the rate at which my telephone rings, it just points to operator error. I'm sorry that you can't figure out how to use the phone, Jed.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess a point of order, but Mr. Dyson referred to an S2 as amended that had a seasonal sales tax and a break for senior citizens. And I have an S1 here, and I'm not finding seasonal or exemptions for seniors.
Mr. Gates, do we have that S2 version yet? I know you talked about it earlier.
I guess this is directed to me. S2 of the sales tax proposal, we actually had discussed that, but we didn't produce an S2. We have 2 amendments to the sales tax proposal, which we'll probably hear after the public hearing closes. One of them is a seasonal sales tax, and one is the senior citizen exemption. Both offered by Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, I guess we had a miscommunication. I understood the S2 version would be here, and it would be significantly simplification of what was before. Apparently, I misunderstood. But
thank you.
The amendments will do what I said.
Yes, thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had wanted to mention to Mr. Whitaker that I'm very sorry to hear of his experience with the assault, and if he would like to talk offline sometime, I would be happy to be available. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on with our testimony. Welcome.
Hello, Assembly. My name is Wendy Parsons. I am an East Anchorage resident and property tax payer. I would like to address the Ordinance 13A. I would like to go on record to support this ordinance, realizing that the city is struggling with the issue of crime and related homelessness, public solicitation of funds on the street corners, etc. I believe this proposed ordinance is long overdue. With dwindling state funding to the municipality, it is only reasonable for Anchorage to raise its own revenue, which currently is burdening to those people who are paying property taxes. This taxation would not only affect and benefit Anchorage residents, but would also affect and benefit all those who come to Anchorage to work, to recreate and visit, while at the same time spending money purchasing items in Anchorage. I strongly urge you to approve this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Caroline Storm. I'm going to speak generally to both of the ordinances, but I'll try to keep it under 3 minutes. Thank you for taking additional testimony. I feel compelled to start by correcting Mr. McGrath, who stood here at the last Assembly meeting and accused the mayor in this Assembly of having a budget that is double that of Mayor Wirtz in 2000 to 2003. It's unfortunate that Mr. McGrath chose to misrepresent those numbers, because when the 2002 muni budget is adjusted for inflation and considered as a cost per resident, the current budget is only 20% higher than that in 2002, not 100% higher. And that is even before taking into account the cost of health insurance, which has risen anywhere from 5 to 20% annually since 2002. This is also before taking into account the increased service areas, et cetera, et cetera. So it would appear to me that this administration is already doing more for the city with less. So I want to commend you, Mr. Mayor, and the Assembly for being fiscally responsible. Let me be clear that I support additional revenue in the form of new taxes, whether it be a sales or sin tax. I honestly believe that the money and that the effort that the alcohol industry and Alaskans Against Unfair Alcohol Taxes will pour into defeating an alcohol tax will be impossible to overcome with common sense, data, and logic. And thus, I more strongly support AO 2019-156 in whichever version we're going to bring to the table or bring to the ballot. I also trust that this Assembly has seen the attack ad paid for by Alaskans Against Unfair Alcohol Taxes levied towards this body in the paper prior to the last Assembly meeting on the 14th. I've had the privilege of living in 3 other countries prior to the U.S., all of which had sales, incomes, and property taxes. In Ontario, there's a 13% blended national and provincial sales tax in addition to property and income tax. The United Kingdom has a 20% value-added tax. South Africa has a 15% value-added tax. So what I'd say to Assemblymember Dyson is I actually think 3% is too low. In each of the previous countries I have lived in, I have enjoyed living in an environment where there is a sense of equity and access to basic services. And I can say from experience that a sales tax did not hamper anyone's lifestyle to any great degree. Rather, people's lives are improved immeasurably. In closing, I'd like to say that I support a sales tax because I know that over the last 18 years, I've received much more from this city and state than I have had to pay in because of oil revenue. That oil revenue is now gone, and I am willing to turn around and offer a hand to the next generation of Anchorage residents instead of pulling up the ladder behind me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm a resident of Anchorage in South Anchorage, and I'm here to testify on behalf of myself on the alcohol tax. So I also work for Volunteers of America Alaska. That's an agency that provides substance abuse treatment and prevention services for youth in Anchorage, and we serve youth from communities all over the state as well. State budgets have been cut, but there continues to be a need for substance abuse prevention and treatment services, public safety, and child abuse prevention here in Anchorage. This ballot measure addresses voters' concerns from the previous one by doing a few things, and that's dedicating revenue to uses listed in the ballot measure. The charter amendment ensures the revenue is protected for those dedicated uses, and the tax rate is flat, so changes have to be approved by the voters. The funds would be used to solve issues that Anchorage residents, such as myself, deeply care about, including crime rates, fixing the critical shortage of mental health services in our community. And what this means is important resources for more police and first responders, funds to prevent child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence, for substance abuse prevention and treatment services, and addressing the homelessness issue here in Anchorage as well. So just in summary, I'm supportive of S1 version of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Brian Bjorquist with AFACT, Anchorage Faith in Action Congregations Together. I want to talk briefly about proposed amendments to the alcohol tax, but mostly to talk about the sales tax. Briefly on the proposed amendments to the alcohol tax, I understand that some of the proposals would reduce the amount of money that would be collected and also divert some of the monies collected to reduction of property taxes. And from AFAC's point of view, there's sufficient needs that, in this community that diverting or reducing the amount of monies that would be collected from the tax would be detrimental to policies. Speaking to the sales tax, I want to clarify some things because there may have been some misunderstandings with our testimony on the alcohol tax 2 weeks ago. AFACT, we're interested in funding programs and services that are necessary for Anchorage to be a safe and healthy community. As an example, Central Lutheran Church has been focused for the last couple of years on the connection of behavioral health care and homelessness, and with the inadequate behavioral health care being one of the causes of homelessness. In November 2018, we had a public meeting that over 200 people attended, where we discussed these issues and the connections between them. Part of our research showed that the state was not providing adequate behavioral health care services, and this is really detrimentally impacting Anchorage. At that time, API was very dysfunctional. We also had a situation where people with mental illness were being placed in jails because there weren't enough mental health beds for them to stay. That's just intolerable for this community. And while some of those issues may have been resolved or people are working on them, with what's going on with the state budget, I think it's pretty clear that the situation is going to get worse, not better, as we go forward. And so something needs to be done. Anchorage, one of the things that we also learned in our research was before the state took over the behavioral health care service providing in the 1980s, Anchorage had a health department that provided those types of services. And with what's going on with the state, the need for filling the gaps that the state's no longer and probably will not be providing as we go forward, the municipality of Anchorage is a great place to fill some of those gaps. Speaking more specifically on the sales tax, AFACT appreciates that the sales tax has many programs and services that would be funded that will help Anchorage be a safe and healthy place. And in particular, we appreciate that behavioral health care, homelessness, and other issues that we're champions of will be included in that funding. And so, to clarify, if the Assembly chooses to put the sales tax on the ballot, I want to let you know that AFACT will be supporting the efforts leading to the election. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony. And I personally am very appreciative of what AFACT has done and is doing, and I think particularly overflow housing and inclement weather and all those things. I just want you to be clear that I think there's only one other proposal before us that dedicates any funds to property tax relief. And even with half of it going to that, the sales tax produces 2.5, 3 times as much money for the other issues as the alcohol tax does. So, okay.
Thank you. And if I was confused about the proposals for amendments to the alcohol tax, I apologize.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Padilla?
Yeah, just a clarification. You are correct. There is an amendment coming forward that directly addresses diverting some of the money for the alcohol tax to property tax relief.
Thank you.
So you are correct.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Christine Hill, and I'm here to say no new taxes. It sounds really good, it feels really good, but it doesn't feel really good to be taxed. I think we have a problem here with the city. We're hemorrhaging money, millions of dollars with the SAP program that has not been fixed for over 10 years. We don't have a good handle. If you're going to be reviewing every year as far as in targeting special money for homelessness or special programs, the time to review it is not after it's already in place every year to see that that money is being spent. If you have an idea, a rock hard, solid idea of how and where every penny of that's going to be spent for all these programs, perhaps, but at this point there's no accountability. I think you need to hold your horses and get a handle on what we have right now and then perhaps proceed in the future. But at this point, no new taxes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Welcome. Mark Marion, EJ Anchorage resident, and I'm going to be testifying on both 13A and 13B. And I will tell you, the truth is the municipality of Anchorage has received the same amount of funding from the state. It's not direct cash like it was back in the 80s, but they've received the same amount of money. It just happens to be that, the plowing of the state roads and all the state stuff has been done. So they're receiving the same amount of money. So therefore, the revenue from the state has not gone down, as the administration has told you, or falsely telling everybody. The other thing is that responsible drinkers should not be paying for people who can't handle their liquor. Okay? And now, of the two proposals, Dyson's will probably be the only one that will pass on the ballot. The other one will not, because nobody's going to vote for responsible drinkers to pay for people that aren't doing their alcohol right. Okay? And you don't penalize good people for bad people. So I say no to both tax proposals. We have a spending problem, not a revenue problem, a spending problem.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Dan Page. I live in Eagle River, and I'm not a lawyer. I consider myself to be an educated man. I graduated from UAF, and I'm a concerned citizen and a voter and a taxpayer. I've been following this issue all month. This is my third time testifying before you. And by the way, I intend to testify on both of the amended versions, the alcohol and the sales, specifically on the amended version. I'm a retired Army officer with 22 years active service. I'm also a certified Six Sigma Master Black Belt. That's not a martial art. But I'm not a lawyer. I am, however, a conservative. At the end of last 2 weeks ago's testimony period, I thought that 148S2 and 156S1 were fairly decent documents. They were almost palatable for me as a conservative. Then, Member Zolotel amended them, and in my case, she totally took them off the books for me. Her amendment, and if some of you recall, and from email, I'm the guy who's hung up on this 2/3 charter thing versus 50+1. Now, like I said, I'm a conservative. I believe that neither of these items will pass the vote of the people without the support of conservative voters. You can have every liberal in the muni vote for it, but if you don't get the conservatives on board, it's not going to work. We conservatives tend to be a little slow to vote in the local elections. We also tend to be a little apathetic when we're not motivated. And we're not organized by unions like some others are. There are a few things, however, that motivate conservative voters. One is when you say the words tax increase. Another is when you propose the basic same ordinance again this year that was already voted on last year. And the third thing that motivates the conservatives is when you skirt the muni charter and get around the required 2/3 vote and amend it to make it a 50+1. Now, I have attempted to do the research on understanding this whole unconstitutionality thing. Again, like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I know the charter says 3/5 or 60%. My point of the whole thing is the voters don't understand the debate that happened 2 weeks ago between, well, not really the debate, but the clarification, mostly between Mr. Weddleton and lawyer Mr. Gates. Today in the Daily News, I don't know if you all saw it, but there's a nice article in there on the front page by Aubrey Weiber talking about the sales tax backers want to amend the city charter. And I guess that's my main issue with these amendments, is that we're trying to increase this thing. Now, I've done the research, and I've looked into the whole thing about Mr. Bruce and the lawsuit against the municipality back in '97. And it's talked about in this article pretty well, but I read the Constitution. I read the part of the Constitution in question, but what I don't get is Judge Gonzalez struck down a portion of the proposition that would have required 60% of the voters to approve a repeal of the 60% threshold. That was ruled unconstitutional, not the amended version of the charter that says we need 3/5 of the vote. But the debate goes back and forth between the lawyers as to whether this 3/5 is unconstitutional. As I also understand it, part of that judgment said that you as a municipality assembly may do a one-time exemption and say 50+1. If that's what you're doing, then let's say that. Let's not talk about the unconstitutionality, because I think that's very disingenuous. I'm going to wrap it up by saying that, again, I read the newspaper. Ms. Salatal had a nice op-ed in Sunday's newspaper. And surprisingly, as a conservative, I agree with her in her piece. And she says, her headline is, "New revenue, yes, rushed revenue, no." I agree with her. I think you guys need to table this whole thing and get it all sorted out. You amended it 2 weeks ago. You're talking about amending it again. All we're trying to do is rush because we got to get it done today or it won't make it on the ballot. I think the problem is bigger than just this 5% alcohol. I listened to the Chief of Staff's briefing at the town hall meeting. I still say, as a municipality, we have the municipality budget and the school district budget. We have a deficit from the state financing not supporting us. We need to fix that problem. And I don't want that $16 to $21 million deficit that we have from the state going to property taxes. I think we need to fix this, and I appreciate the deliberate process, but the only way to fix the big picture, we need to look at the school district and the lack of funding from the state as well. We can't just do it with a 5% alcohol tax. It's not going to fix it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assembly members. My name is Michelle Brown, and I'd like to speak to both measures generally. First off, I would like to commend you all for having this very tough conversation. New revenues are never easy to bring to the public, but these are new revenues to address some of our most challenging problems that have vexed us for years, and problems that completely undermine individual stability and community well-being. We believe that it's time for this discussion for several reasons. First, the issues we are talking about, homelessness, substance abuse treatment, domestic violence, child abuse, ACEs, early childhood, are not quick solutions. Took a long time to get into the deep ruts we're in on some of these, and it's going to take us time to solve the multifaceted and complex problems that we're facing if we want to achieve results at a population level. And that means, across the population as if it were like a health issue. In order to take that long view, we need consistent, steady revenue, and we need that revenue from all sectors: private sector, philanthropic sector, and public sector. The level of investment should match the scale of change that we're trying to achieve. Secondly, we have learned here and elsewhere that diffuse individual programs, projects, and grants are not effective or efficient when tackling big problems. With sustainable funding, you will all be in a very strong position to actually drive the kind of collaborative, collective action that we need, where we align our efforts, we align our funding, and we have very intentional, deliberate strategies to move forward and achieve the accountability that some others have testified to, that we know we're going to produce community-level results. This process, this new revenue, will present the opportunity for us as a community to fund outcomes, real measurable outcomes, not just a whole bunch of disparate programs operating in silos. This also presents the opportunity for us to make our systems much smarter, to be much more clear and intentional about knowing who needs what intervention, make sure that intervention gets done, make sure we track that it works, and that we align our existing resources so we are not inefficient with multiple resources duplicating efforts. So yes, this is about new revenue, but it really is also about you opening the door for this community to develop new practices of how we work together better to tackle these really tough issues. And third, we live in a time, this is not news to you, of very divisive politics. Whether you are liberal or conservative or a populist, what we stand for is what we call localism. It's a growing movement that's gaining traction in this country because there's gridlock many other places, and we know what's happening with the federal funding and state funding. We need to build our own self-reliance to tackle our problems, and tackle our problems in ways that are meaningful to us based on local knowledge, local data, local interests, and local investment. So I will end in the way I began, which is, again, thanking you for the courage to have this discussion. Our board does not consider us experts in how revenue should be generated, so we're not saying one path is better than another, but we do urge you to continue this conversation and this willingness to engage in revenue generation to give us a real shot at cracking some of these tough issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Julie Blyer. I'm a homeowner. And I wanted to talk primarily about 13B. I do not support I don't support the taxes if it goes towards housing homelessness and cleaning up the encampments when they are already allowed to move. Once the encampments are cleaned up, they're allowed to move 10 feet, then we're cleaning it up again, and it's a revolving door. I don't support the taxes to go towards that. I do support the taxes if the homeless are mandated to either a rehabilitation center or jail. Listen to me first. What is working, Providence, Rhode Island uses this already, and it's working. They use a 2-year rehab or a 2-year jail. And what happens is, as long as they're out of that environment, they are finding that these people are re-establishing their lives, and also they're learning a trade. Sunbreak Ranch, San Diego, California, they have a Camp Hope that seems to be working. And also Pinellas Safe Harbor in Tampa Bay, Florida, is also in the same, similar to the Sunbreak Ranch. It seems to be working. What we're doing here is not working. But I'd like to see the taxes go towards a facility to do some good for the homeless instead of cleaning up their encampment, letting them move on, cleaning up their encampment, and letting them move on. It's not working. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, ma'am. Mr. Dyson?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
I'm speaking on both proposals. My name is Travis Montgomery. I attend St. Mary's Episcopal Church, which is a member of AFACT. I'm testifying today because the questions that we have today are indeed questions about fiscal responsibility and good governance, but they are also questions about our values. Across Anchorage's diverse faith communities, there is a shared commitment to compassion. The New Testament teaches us, finally, all of you, be like-minded, be sympathetic, love one another, be compassionate and humble. Similarly, the second principle of the Unitarian Universalists seeks justice and compassion in human relations. Ultimately, our municipal budget is an expression of our values. Many in our community are already painfully aware of what happens when essential services are inadequately funded. Over the past several years, budget cuts have led to a crisis of behavioral health care in Alaska. The situation reached a boiling point last fall when a lawsuit was filed against the Department of Health and Human Services, which oversees the state's Department of Behavioral Health, as well as Alaska Psychiatric Institute, after it was reported that people going through psychiatric episodes were being held in jails due to a lack of hospital beds. When these kinds of services are not funded, the most vulnerable among us are hit the hardest. But we all feel the effects. We feel the effects in our overburdened support system. We feel the effects in our public spaces where people are forced into because they can't access good services. We feel the effects in crime throughout our city. And just last week, as I was meeting with my assembly member on this issue, my car was broken into and stolen. The status quo is unacceptable, and we can't wait for the states or anyone else to rescue us. The Assembly has worked hard to refine the three proposals and ensure that the areas of dedication match the issues that the public is concerned about. And we hope that the Assembly wouldn't take any measures to reduce funding. If any of these three proposals pass, we see it as a starting point. Ultimately, the public and the Assembly must make sure that the funds are used appropriately and meet the needs of the community at any given time. Thank you for all of your work on this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Donna Graham, and I am very grateful that you reopened the public testimony for tonight. I am also a member of AFACT and a member of Central Lutheran Church, which does our best to reach out to our neighbors experiencing homelessness. I want you to know a couple of things. I'm a registered nurse, and I remember the days when we had a Department of Behavioral Health in this city. It grieves me that that's not happening now. It grieves me that we are a city that is so beautiful, and I'm so grateful to get to live here for 58 plus years, and yet we let our sickest and most vulnerable people be thrown in the street. What are we thinking? We must do something. You're smarter than I am about which thing is the best. If I had my druthers, I'd probably go S1, but I'm asking you to please let it come before the voters. I believe in my fellow Anchoragites. They have hearts, and they know these needs. They're living in the middle of the troubles that are coming from those needs. So I'm saying, let it go to a vote. Please let it go to a vote. And please don't let some corporate interests decide this. Let us, the people of Anchorage who really love our neighbors, decide this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Judy Justin, and I'm testifying as an individual. The views that I'm about to share are my own views and not influenced by anyone else. I was born and raised in the Muni, and as much as I fight it in the cold, dark of January, I hope to live out my entire life and raise children in Anchorage. I'm really proud to say that a little over a year ago, I bought my first house independently by myself without help from my family, friends, or anything like that. And as big of an achievement as it was, 4 years ago, I never dreamed it would have been a possibility for me. So I'm really proud of how far I've come in the past 4 years, but every time I make a decision about finances in general, I look at it through the perspective that I had 4 years ago when, despite working 4 jobs, I was experiencing substantial poverty, and not broke college kid poverty where you go to your parents or you just eat a bunch of ramen. My expenses for necessary goods and services were twice what my income was making 4 jobs. And I just want to make an appeal to the conservative voters that a previous commenter mentioned. We need to get on board for one of these revenue measures to pass. And while I appreciate the carve-outs in the 3% sales tax provided for by Assemblymember Dyson as a compassionate move to reduce the burden that it would have on low-income people, I think it's important to talk about what escaping poverty really looks like and what it costs. These carve-outs deal with survival goods like food and hygiene products, but the truth is that when I was working 4 jobs, I remember going into applications trying to find something a little bit better because that's what people tell you to do. If you're working really hard and you're a good employee and you're not making enough money, you just need to find a better job. But I would go to interviews, and I was actually really grateful for the feedback that I received where several interviewers said that I needed to have a more professional appearance. And so I took that criticism, and I bought a car for cash, not with a payment, but it was a really crappy car that I bought because there wasn't enough public transportation to get me to each of the shifts for my 4 jobs. There just wouldn't have been enough time. I started paying out of pocket for medical care because I was so exhausted all the time. I thought I must be sick and I could be a better employee if I just wasn't so sick and tired all of the time. I paid out of pocket for dental work, including orthodontia, because I read on the internet that one of the first things that people notice about you when you're making a first impression is your teeth. And I spent as little money as I possibly could to put together a professional wardrobe, hoping that if I looked a little bit richer, I might be able to qualify for a better job. And all of those things were hugely expensive at a time when I was already paying out twice as much as I was taking in. I went into debt to do those things, and that's a debt that would have been exacerbated by the 3% sales tax for expenses that don't have carve-outs, even though they were deeply necessary for me to advance my position in life. When I take all of those factors into consideration, and it still feels so fresh for me, the anguish that I experienced watching credit card bills go up and going unpaid because I just couldn't make any more money, and think about what it would have felt like to have to pay even more, it just wouldn't have been feasible. And it took a Herculean effort to do everything I needed to do to get out that another obstacle might have dissuaded me from doing. Instead, when I look at the alcohol tax, I think, well, I was a hardworking person who managed to mostly keep myself out of bars or mostly have my tab subsidized by some generous people. Avoiding alcohol would have been a much easier thing to do as a person in poverty than trying to deal with additional expenses that people don't consider when someone's trying to escape it. So as you make your decision, and as the conservative voters of Anchorage think about this decision, I really hope that you'll consider that people out there are working hard to get out of poverty, and it's much more difficult than just getting another job or getting a better job, and it's much more costly. Unless we're able to carve out every cost that could go into improving someone's life and putting them in a better position, which we're just not, we need to look at a tax that's much more avoidable and has a much more reasonable scope, and I believe that to be the alcohol tax. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jenny Marie Stryker. I live in District 3, and I'm going to speak to S1. And I'm additionally only speaking for myself as an individual. So firstly, I'd just like to address something that was said earlier, which is that there's no possibility for this to pass. In address to that statement, I think that this is an issue for the voters to decide. I work in politics, and if we decided everything based off of what we thought could pass and what we couldn't, we wouldn't have a society. So that that I think has to be put aside. So I am really in support of this measure because this is a means to address our most pressing problems as a community, between safety, prevention of a bunch of bad things, and addressing substance abuse and misuse treatment and prevention and homelessness. This is deeply important. This issue is also really personal to me. That third category of misuse treatment and prevention runs in my family. I think this is an issue that touches all of us, whether we know it or not. So I think that this is something that needs to be addressed and needs to be funded. Additionally, for assembly members that are on the fence, I'd really like to say that we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of a good. We could walk this issue around for 10 years and never be happy with it. But we have to settle on something that's going to fund our community, that's going to address the needs, and that's going to move us on a path forwards. So I think perfect policy is impossible, and we should take what we can get and make the best of it and compromise. Additionally, this ballot measure directly addresses the concerns that voters had last time. These funds are strictly dedicated to uses in the ballot measure, and I think that's an important note. And lastly, this is a point that you all are very familiar with, so I really have no need to remind you, but for the sake of repeating what you already know, budget cuts mean that we have to step up and allow Anchorage to choose to step up. So I would really love to be able to have that voice on this election, and I hope that you all can give it to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Brian Silva. I live in the Midtown, and I'll speak to both issues. I'm generally not in favor of a tax with an earmarked use. They create administrative headaches or nightmares, and where they've been tried in other places, they are not very functional. I do favor the aims of the tax, as stated in the items and in the discussions, and I do think that they will be defeated because they are aimed at a very narrow group, when all people should be paying for the uses or the needs. Mr. Dyson asked about perceptions of us as we look at these issues. I live within sight of Campbell Creek, and during the summer I see a steady stream of campers going in and out of the woods, and they leave terrible messes that I've sometimes been involved in trying to clean up. And I'm convinced that we need to do something, but I'm not quite sure what. Mr. Whitaker, who spoke first from the public, said that, among other things, that more transparency was needed on the side of the city, and I think that is true. I've been trying to find more information about some of the tax situation in this on real estate tax, which is relief of which is the stated aim of this amendment. There's over 4,000 housing units out on J-Bear that are privately owned and subject to tax by the city. They were built in the early 2000s. Payment in lieu of taxes was assessed so that the developer would know year to year how much his tax bill would be. But from what I have been able to find, this payment in lieu of taxes is only a small fraction of what the taxes would be on the assessed value of that property. If we as taxpayers are going to pay for services, I think it should be leveled equally and evenly across the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sid Atwood, and I'm again speaking on the alcohol tax, but perhaps slightly in a different manner. I do work with people coming out of prison. I'm getting to know a lot of people that mainly are from outside of Anchorage, and the problems that we see are not just simple. They don't just get answered. They don't just get moved because they like to move from one camp to another. It's families being broken up, and alcohol, of course, is a big part of it. And I was very pleased to see that when marijuana came in, it helped us out. You know, I don't happen to smoke that stuff. Maybe I did once upon a time, but not much. I did partake in way too much alcohol in my young years. But the marijuana does pay taxes, and I don't see the reason that alcohol doesn't, because the problems that I have encountered is lack of beds, lack of services, people that get that must stay in this funny place called Anchorage. And when I say that, I'm talking about the difference between here and villages. It's night and day, and there are people that have to be here to go through programs that don't get started, not of their own accord, but they're just, the waiting line is so long. And we do help out where I work with getting them housed for beginning. But, when it gets so difficult to make it just to survive, it's very hard to not go back to prison. And we need to have these facilities to help people just get back to where they should be able to be. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on both 13A and 13B. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the City Council, my name is Brandon High. I'm the general manager at Southern Glazers Wine Spirits in partnership with the Odom Corporation. I'm here to voice my opposition to the alcohol tax and my support for the broad-based tax. I oppose Initiative 148 because the voters have already spoken on alcohol tax. 9 months ago, 34,461 voters voted no on Proposition 9. The cynic in me feels disenfranchised that we're here today still speaking about this. Initiative 148 in both versions is being described slower, perhaps more deliberately, as if over 34,000 Anchoragites didn't hear you the first time. I oppose this initiative due to waiving the city's charter's 3/5 majority vote on the tax issues. If this truly is unconstitutional, there should be time and resources spent to update the city charter to reflect something lawful. No tax initiative may pass in Anchorage until this confusion is settled. Where there's confusion, there will forever be discord. The alcohol industry, as it's been stated, will fight all versions of 148. We fight because we believe this is a community issue that should be addressed with a community solution. I challenge the Assembly to seize the moment. A broad-based sales tax is an audacious and creative idea. It meets the revenue need, has a property tax offset incentive, and a sunset date. A sunset date is needed to establish confidence in the electorate that this Assembly can do what it says it will and establish credibility. There are alternative and creative ideas that are being discussed, and the time's ripe to put a broad-based tax in front of the voters. Project 20s was such a creative idea as well. I think it's unfortunate that we're not still talking about that initiative. I'm empathetic to the revenue needs for the municipality of Anchorage. As the Budget Advisory Committee's revenue presentation laid out, the municipality is spending the revenue-based in a responsible way, and there is clearly more need than there is revenue available. Like many of you, I'm encouraged by the windfall the municipality will receive from the MLMP sale. With funds earmarked for a treatment center, I too am encouraged that we're not sitting on our hands as a community to address the homelessness, mental health, drug addiction, and alcohol-related issues. I'm also encouraged to see the fruits of the mayor's efforts as he has led the Anchored Home Initiative that have inspired 4 donors to pledge $40 million over the next 5 years to help with homeless initiatives. Now is the time to think big. I'm in support of that. I believe public safety, homelessness, mental health, drug abuse, and alcoholism are community-level issues, and thus a community-level solution should be sought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I heard, maybe it was you, somebody at Girdwood here a couple of weeks ago say something similar. And may I infer that the sales tax will not, that the liquor industry will not be opposing that?
Not be opposing a broad-based sales tax, even though it could tax alcohol as well?
Sure, it will tax alcohol. I think it'll be at the 2% rate.
That's correct.
All right. And you can speak for the industry?
I speak for myself tonight.
Okay, but is that your sense of the industry?
It is my sense of the industry.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, my name is Ray Metcalf. I spoke to you a few months ago on this same issue, and I want to say that I agree with all the things that those taxes would accomplish or are proposed to accomplish. I think they're laudable objectives. But I find it totally hypocrisy that the richest man in Alaska, according to Forbes magazine, gets a $13 million a year tax break on real estate that is horrifically profitable. It was profitable before he got the tax break. It was all built before he got the tax break. He just came in and asked for it. And when he asked for it, the Board of Equalization objected. And they objected loudly. They were objecting so loudly they all got fired. And then there were lawsuits threatened. And to get the tax break, they had to go to Juneau and get a statute passed that said you can tax them or not tax them, agree to a payment in lieu of taxes. And that passed the legislature, and as quick as that was done, the city entered into an agreement to tax the property owner at about 3% of what he would be taxed at if he were paying the rate under the normal taxation process. I find it totally hypocritical that you have failed to address this. And you want to slap all of us with a brand new tax, but you want to let the richest man in Alaska, you want to give him a $13 million a year gift that is totally inappropriate and probably violates the Constitution of the state of Alaska. I want to read to you something from the state constitution. It's Section 5, Article 9, has to do with interests in government property. Private leaseholds, contracts, or interests in land or property owned or held by the United States in the state or political subdivisions shall be taxable to the extent of the private interest. I believe that if that statute were challenged, it would knock the legs out from under your exemption. It wouldn't be legal. You would have to go back to charging them the same rate you charge anybody else for their percent of the value of their real estate. So I wanted to give you a little background here. When this first started, it was a sweetheart deal that was so sweet, it made the front page of the Los Angeles Times. It made the front page of the Anchorage Daily News, 2-page articles. And those articles were about corruption in politics and real estate. A few years later, the FBI came swooping through, and they were investigating this stuff. And the owners of this property spent well over $1 million answering questions for the U.S. For the federal government's U.S. Attorney's Office. Had certain things not gotten sideways, my personal belief is there are people involved in this that would have gone to jail. But in any case, should you go ahead with this, should you go ahead with the sales tax, the proposition of sales tax has been on the ballots in Kenai several times, and the voters quickly rejected the sales tax on groceries. And you might want to remove groceries from your sales tax. And I want to point out that this is the only owner of property on the base that is exempt. There are other owners out there, they didn't get this tax break. So I'm going to leave it at that. And anybody in the audience that would like some details on it, I've got some flyers here that explain it in detail. You folks have seen them before. And so I think you ought to do something about it before somebody like me takes it to court and you wind up with egg all over your face for failing to address this issue.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all?
Hi, I'm Brad Baldridge. Was that something say something? Well, Brad Baldridge. I'm a East Anchorage resident, but I'm represented by Mr. Dyson and Mrs. Kennedy. And I'd like to say I'm not for 13B. To recite a Tom Hall song, I like beer. It makes me a jolly good fellow. I'm just an average working guy. I go home after a 10 or a 14-hour day, depending on what I'm doing, and I like to have a beer. I don't cause trouble with it. I just like to drink a beer. And if that price goes from, say, a $7 craft beer to an $8 craft beer or even more, I'm probably not going to drink beer. So what are you going to do with the money now that you've increased the property taxes or the tax on for this alcohol and you got these programs funded? Are you going to get the money somewhere else? Or are you going to go for a sales tax somewhere else? Are you going to go raise a property tax? I don't know. That's what I'm concerned of. And unlike the person that was talking maybe before, I'm not a big fan of hearing about England and 20% taxes. America's great for a reason. And if I remember back in the day, there was a little party at Boston concerning tea. So I'm not trying to push America in any kind of socialist state, personally. That's the way I feel like it's going. You take my money and then you basically take it for whatever use you want. If anything, I think the alcohol industry, is part of the solution. Maybe give them a tax exemption to fund some of these programs instead. Maybe look at that route. Anyways, that's all I got to say. Like I said, I'm probably going to go have a beer after this, but before it raises. Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Constant?
Sir. Hi there. So you suggested giving them a tax exemption, but you realize they don't pay a dime in tax to the municipality. So are you suggesting we give property taxpayer money to the liquor industry so they could do some good?
I think that might be a solution. Okay. If they have, maybe volunteer it. You got several tax-exempted entities in the city. Maybe go to your districts and ask them. Ask the church to help out versus just making somebody pay something. That would be my idea.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
After 80 years of this stuff, I'm getting a little creaky, so I apologize for taking so much time to come up. My name is Don Smith. I'm an 80-year resident of Anchorage. I live in Midtown, and I've been active for at least 60 years in government here in Anchorage and in Alaska. I'm opposed to any new taxes. I feel like I'm standing on flat top, screaming into the air with no one hearing, but I'll speak anyway. We really, I believe, need to operate within our current budget. You know, every day I'm downtown or I'm in Spenard or somewhere driving around running errands, and I see 5, 6, 7 buses every day with 1, 2, maybe 3 people sitting in them. Now, I don't go out at 7 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning, but I'm out pretty much all during the day, and it's disgusting to think the kind of money that we're spending. I haven't seen the budget lately, but I know it's got to be $20 or $25 million for the people mover, and all you're doing is running 3 or 4 people around town most of the time and wasting just a huge amount of gas, oil, and payments on equipment you're not utilizing. That's just one example. I personally believe the municipal budget's out of control. I think if you guys really seriously wanted to do something about bringing it in line, you could do it, and you wouldn't have to raise taxes or anything. There's an awful lot of stuff going on in this town that, you know, and I'm not in it anymore to the extent that I see all of what goes on in the city, but I'm around, and I really believe that we've got a very bloated municipal government, particularly with the last couple of mayors we've had. So I think you've got plenty of money if you really want to economize a little bit. I think I'm probably the strongest thing that I feel about this, the game you guys are playing by trying to change the charter and getting the public to buy into your cockamamie idea of changing the charter instantly, and then that will allow the public to maybe vote 50% plus 1 vote to give you what you want. But I and a lot of people are going to work hard to defeat this issue when it comes on the ballot, and I'm assuming it's going to happen tonight. But I just resent what you're doing, and I think you're bloated, and you need to cut back, not add. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Two items, 6 minutes, please. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years resident of Anchorage and currently resident of Manistee Valley. You asked and restricted public to comment only on the new version, which was violation of state law, a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. I'd like to remind this version that is before the public and you. It was at the last regular assembly meeting that the 2 item subjects were brought for public hearing. During that same meeting, it was decided we'll continue public hearing, but the assembly as a whole decided to make decisions then. And whatever those decisions were made, that's what we're seeing here tonight. When that went to the public for availability was for the public to know the process as well as I know and you know, and the lawyers know here, with all due respect, is that Wednesday is when the clerk puts the items for an agenda previous Wednesday. Friday is an addendum, and then tonight could be what we call laid on the table, which you have to vote to include to say you want the laid on the table items, which you didn't do that tonight as far as laid on the table. You decided to cover that but didn't agree to put it on the table, which is normally by La France reading those items on laid on the table. But let me go on this thing, this kicker. You failed to give the public a fair chance to come before you and address your concerns on this by what I just said, a limited time frame. In all due respect, you restricted the public of what they can say. Unfair. And you resulted in a situation where you created a confusion among yourselves and the public about what is really going on, because there was not enough time for the public and you to figure it all out. Now, these documents here before tonight are rather extensive, particularly one of them, and a lot of changes. And the proper process was to redo and introduce it as public hearing, new one, and introduction, and then go to public hearing. But there's a time frame that you're scared about, is that you need to take it to the voters if you decide to take it tonight for public hearing and vote on it so the voters have a chance. But you've been working on this thing for a long time, and the public has not had a chance to discuss it. And I'd like to also remind you of a line said by this administration at a town hall meeting there were three of them. At the first one, there was a presentation by the chief of staff for about 42 minutes, and 2 minutes by the mayor, and the statement was by the mayor, Anchorage has been well managed throughout its history, quote unquote. And I said at the previous meeting, fake news. What we have here is a situation is, what's going to happen if you take it to the people to vote, and they say no? You've not dealt with the situation of the what if. You're not prepared for that what if. You have no options here. You create a situation you're hoping that the public will say, we're going to say okay for more money. But the issue is the public's seen how you have mismanaged the city, Ms. Patty Anchorage. You have brought out issues where they've not had a chance to address it. But in all fairness, to show you also at the Borough Assembly out in the Valley, they did have a sales tax out there for public hearing. The second public hearing they canceled at that meeting because everyone at that meeting before said no. And my words, too, is what I say to you tonight. You have to show the people you've done everything you can before you ask the public for more money. And there is no question the issues are addressed, homeless issue and so forth. And I applaud the Assembly and the mayor and the administration for their concern about that. Because out in the borough, they don't discuss it. At least you discuss it, and you fund it to X, Y, or degree. You're dealing with it. But what you've done is you put the issue of homelessness before the people and say, hey, we need to help the homeless. So we're going to ask for you for more money. But then the fact is, the public seeing you have mismanaged that money. Is that fair to use the issue of people want to help the homeless when they see that you've not done your job? And we've got major financial issues that have to be dealt with. And where is the money going to come? The state level, Ms. Patty Anchorage, borough, and other communities. Again, I don't think you should proceed in this manner. And you need to show those other options to the people before you proceed any further. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify?
56 seconds to spare.
Anyone at all?
Hi, I'm Pam Carolunas. I live in Spenard. I've lived there for the last 6 years, and prior to that in Chugiak. Prior to that in Fairbanks. I've actually never lived outside of Alaska except for the first few months of my life when I was born in Canada while my parents were on the way up here, and I got impatient with cars breaking down. I still do. I'm going to speak on both propositions of both agenda items. I actually support both of them. I'm going to go home and have wine or maybe something stronger after this evening. Thank you, everybody, for the work that you do on this. I feel that if I enjoy alcohol, I need to pay for part of the problems that alcohol causes. I've worked in nonprofit for the last 35 years. I see every day, or I did see every day, I just recently retired, yes, which means I can speak up more vocally at things like this than maybe was safe to do before. I also remember when every person in Alaska paid sales tax. I even remember when we paid income tax. I even remember when we didn't get paid for breathing the air. I really appreciate the fact that you are looking at something to do. When I was a teenager, I cut out a saying and wrote it on an index card that I don't have with me. I wish I did. It's very well worn, that many years ago. But it says it really takes no intelligence, no fact-finding, no real effort to find fault. You guys get a lot of finding fault. Whether I agree with you or not, it's much easier to find fault than it is to look for solutions. And I appreciate the fact that you are looking for solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. All right, I've been advised by the clerk's office that we're just going to go down the agenda as written. So we're going to start with item 13A.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Dunbar?
I might have to do a motion to do this, but Ms. Zolotel, I'm going to speak like her ventriloquist dummy here.
Sure.
She requested that we take up the resolution first before the other items, the resolution on process.
Oh, okay, I must have misheard. I thought
No,
that was going to be
that was my mistake. I was the one who put it between 13A and 13B, but she
Okay.
wanted just before 13A. So I don't know if we need a new motion to change the order of the day, or if we can, what do you think, Madam Clerk?
Okay, clerk advises me it's not necessary, so I'll just wave my wand and we'll go ahead and go to that resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Let me find it somewhere in here.
Can you remind us what resolution it is?
It is item 9B13, resolution number AR 2020-41, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a public deliberative process for developing a plan for use and budgeting of new tax revenue sources dedicated to specific purposes. Don't think we have a motion on this. What is the will of the body?
I think Ms. Zolotel tried to move. Oh,
second.
Ms. Kennedy, second, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Zolotel? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Okay, so now it's time for me to read.
Hi.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized on behalf of Ms. Zolotel.
Sure, Mr. Constant.
First, I apologize for having lost my voice on a night with such important topics. I very much would like to debate before us. I beg your patience and that of my colleagues as I do the best I can to participate under these circumstances. I've brought forward this resolution concerning the budgeting process that the Assembly should commit to undertake should any new revenue measure be approved by the voters in April's election. I think it's important that we have a commitment to the public and each other to this process before we decide whether any revenue measure should be put on the ballot. There is significance in a first budget created from a new dedicated revenue source, whether it is Mr. Dyson's sales tax proposal or either of the alcohol tax proposals. The first budget of a new dedicated revenue source is a blank slate. Priorities and the vision for the new dedicated revenue will be set by the first budget. For example, any personnel added to the municipality through a first budget will either need to be continued to be funded by that budget, cut, or another new revenue source found. Similarly, the first-year budget will likely be the starting point for the next year's budget, often referred to as a continuation budget. It's important to remember that revenue is finite, and when committed to year-over-year expenses, as much as the general operating budget of the municipality is, those commitments later become constraints when we want or need to do more. By engaging in the process I've laid out, the Assembly needs to engage with the public, stakeholders, and subject matter experts to create a vision for any new revenue source. And the appropriation of the new revenue should be based on need and priority and consider the whole of the municipality. Yes, the administration takes the first crack at a budget, and that will still happen. But with this process, the Assembly can help guide the discussions and make sure the administration is fully informed. Also, facilitating this process will provide the Assembly a barometer to measure any budget proposal against to determine if it meets the needs and expectations of our community. Approval of a new dedicated revenue source would be a new direction for the municipality. Each revenue proposal makes promises to the voters on how the money will be used. If approved in April, these promises need to materialize into reality in a thoughtful, transparent, and accountable way. I urge support of this resolution.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I'll wait, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the sentiments as expressed by Ms. Zolotel. I do have an amendment. It's Dunbar Amendment 1 in your packet, and so I move Dunbar Amendment 1. It should be, I think it was in the late on the table packet. Mr. Case distributed at the beginning of the meeting.
It's Dunbar Amendment number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar?
So this just came up because of some confusion. I was speaking with someone else about this proposal, and they thought the proposal was in opposition to us passing a revenue this year, and I don't believe that's the case. I think what Ms. Zolotel proposed was, as you can see from the amendment, if the people of Anchorage vote to approve a new revenue source on April 2020 election ballot, then we will commit to do all of these things. So it's just clarifying, I think, in my mind, and Ms. Zolotel can contradict me if that's not the case. But basically, it just makes explicit that this resolution would go into effect if one of the revenue measures passed. Then we would engage in all of that public process to how to spend that money. But obviously, if they fail, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't have any new revenue to discuss. So.
Thank you. So we're making sure that all of the amendments have been emailed to Ms. Quinn Davidson, but just in case, can you read this out loud?
Yeah. So it would go on page 1, section 1, beginning at line 31. It reads, it would add a new phrase at the beginning to read, if the people of Anchorage vote to approve a new revenue source in the April 2020 election ballot, comma, and then continue as normal. The Assembly commits to hold no less than a work session or a relevant committee meeting, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
I support it, but I'd like to be in for the bigger picture, too.
Sure. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
I'll wait till the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. That amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Quinn Davidson has an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And bear with me, I'm on the phone here. I'd like to move an amendment on line 18. Between the whereas and comments, the first two words, I would add some. And on line 19, I would remove the word common. And I can speak to that in a second.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I really support what Ms. Zolotel has done here. I think the process makes a lot of sense. So in concept, I'm totally on board. But I will say that the third whereas, as drafted, doesn't represent my experience in my district. I have heard some comments and requests to have more information, but by and large, folks that I hear from in my district just ask me to pass this tax or to get it on the ballot. They don't ask for a detailed plan. So I'd just like to propose that small amendment, I think, just so I can feel better about voting yes on this.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
I just support it, but I want to stand for the big part.
Sure. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
No, I will wait. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if Ms. Quinn Davidson could go over her amendment one more time. I caught the second item on line 19 is striking the word common. What was the first part of the amendment?
Sure, yeah. The first one is inserting some, the word some, between whereas and comments. So whereas some comments and reactions from stakeholders and the public to tax revenue proposals demonstrate its desire to have a more detailed plan.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment passes 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Weddleton.
I support it. I think it just outlines a pretty good public process. But I want to make sure that people listening understand that there's amongst some a perception that, we just thought, hey, let's go do a tax and then we'll figure out what to do with it. actually goes the other way. It is really clear being involved with government, particularly the last 4 years for me. We have some big needs, and they can't be met with the current budget. They simply can't. And we muddle through. We have a balanced budget every year. But there are some big things that need to be done that we simply can't pay for. It is clear at our homeless meetings, at our utility meetings, at our public safety meetings. We deal with this stuff month after month after month. So we know what we need. And if you look at the dollar amounts of the 5% sales tax, it's not enough to solve the problems. It'll make a big difference. It'll be a turning point. But we don't show you every little simple expenditure because we know it needs to be done. And it would be really odd to put details in the charter. We're saying, here's the goals. And if you put the details in there, you're kind of locked in. And if we're successful, and eventually we will be, then we hopefully won't have to do that. So setting the broad goals, as they're stated in all three versions here, is really the way to go. We have, I think today there was it failed, but it was a presentation of the concept of what the S1 alcohol tax would do. Meg presented, I think a week or two ago, a very good detailed example of what the S2 could accomplish out the gate. But hopefully that would change as we learn and do things better, which we have done for my 4 years. We try things, we continue what works, we cut what doesn't. It's a continuous process. So I don't want anyone to see this and go, oh, so now they start figuring out what to spend the money on. This would simply be fine-tuning. We know what the big problems are.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supporting this almost maybe for the opposite reason. I think it's rather unlikely that any of these proposals will make it to the ballot, and if one does, I still think it's very unlikely that it will pass. So I am, though, very interested in the conversations that need to keep happening. One of the things that I think everybody should realize is this isn't about the budget. The budget is balanced, and the budget will continue to be funded the way that it always has been, staying under the tax cap. But unfortunately, the tax cap actually gives you the ability to raise funds every year. But the conversation, I think, has to be about what we're not doing, what we've never funded, what this community has never had this depth of challenge with before. And those are the kind of things that I want to see us continue to have conversations about, because crime is an issue. And part of that is the homelessness issue, but it's broader than that. It's drug addiction, it's mental health issues. So it's a lot to talk about. And as we begin to really identify those needs and then begin to find out what kind of resources are out there, what can we attract into this community to actually provide some of those sources. And that doesn't mean that all has to be publicly funded. It just means we have to be able to help provide the leadership in this community to say, hey, these are our needs. And so the conversation has to continue regardless with what ends up on the ballot and regardless of how the ballot or the vote turns out. So I will support this for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to echo the comments that Ms. Kennedy just made, and want to thank Ms. Alatel for putting this forward. I've said it again, and we'll say it again and again, that no matter what happens in April, the conversation is far from over. I closed each of the town halls, if the members will remember, by thanking everyone for attending and then being very clear that the conversation is far from over and that the next iteration of this conversation, I hope members of the public continue to engage with us. And I was sincere when I meant that, and I think what this does is really crystallizes that. So I appreciate Ms. Alatel for putting this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That passes 11-0. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we're back to item 13A. Ordinance number AO 2019-156S1 as amended. An ordinance proposing to provide resources to combat crime and reduce property taxes by enacting a 3% sales tax for a maximum of 6 years. A bunch of crossed out stuff. Expiring in 2028, absent voter reauthorization, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.25, regarding the tax increase limitation to conform to this enactment, submitting this crime-fighting tax measure to the qualified voters of the municipality. Okay, so I think we have, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve on the floor, and it's a motion to approve the S1 version. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks. Move Dyson Amendment 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize for the confusion here earlier that I understood we'd have the S2 version before us, and we do not. But the amendments I have here cover the main things that would have been rewritten. What this one does is just make it a seasonal adjusted tax, makes it 2% in the summer, as Mr. Dunbar had amended in the past, and 1% in the winter. This is obviously aimed at capturing funds from our visitors. My calculations are that at 2%, it'll be around $5 million from the visitor industry. So this is just making this split 1% in the winter and maintains the 2% that Mr. Dunbar put into the bill.
Thank you. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Dyson.
Move Amendment 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, this is an excellent suggestion that came from Mr. Gates, and it just allows senior citizens the opportunity to opt out of all the sales tax if they choose. My hat's off to him. I wouldn't have thought of it. I should have.
Thank you. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Move Amendment 3, Dyson.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so this is an error that in the drafting that both Mr. Gates and I missed. It just returns the language to what the original version has. Half the money goes to public safety, half goes to property tax relief, which is what the original one. And I thought originally when we reduced it to 2%, that was going to starve the public safety treatment part of it. But the monies are so big that it won't. And so I want to go back to the half-half.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, unless I'm misunderstanding what's happening here, I'm opposed to this amendment. So we had amended it so that 1/3 went to property tax relief and 2/3 went to our public safety goals. I believe that's what's currently in the draft. And that was based on an amendment that I had put forward to make the overall ordinance less regressive. And so we've talked about this before, but the effect of a property tax exemption within a sales tax is to take something that is regressive and make it even more regressive. Because less of the property taxes are passed down to renters, the property tax relief rather, you end up with a windfall for homeowners and for corporations. And some of them are small corporations that are local. Some of them are large corporations like Fred Meyer or Walmart that are headquartered outside of Alaska. They get a larger percentage of this tax break. So, again, unless I'm misunderstanding, this is not just a cleanup or a mistake. There was a 1/2 version. Then Mr. Dyson, I believe, went to a 1/3 to public safety and a 2/3 to property tax relief. Then I put forward an amendment that passed that switched that and created 1/3 property tax relief and 2/3 to public safety. And I think that is a more equitable version. Again, trying to make a regressive measure a little bit less regressive, you should not have the additional monies dedicated to property tax relief. Some has value, but giving a larger percentage makes it more aggressive, and so I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support it because I think it is one of the things that make a tax like this more palatable is that it does try to offset the property tax burden. And one of the things that is part of that property tax is inventory tax. So that means that a lot of our small businesses then will pay less in that and hopefully would be passing some of that savings on in lower prices, would help make that market a little more competitive. And I think getting back to the real intent of this measure is more reflected in the 50-50. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Dunbar is accurate in what happened. I think that the concept, and please don't anybody be insulted, that sales taxes are almost evil because they're regressive. I just caution us all about those kind of knee-jerk reactions, even when I have them. The idea that there's something kind of unfair about companies who come here and invest and employ people and so on, making money, that's what they came and invested their money for here. And I would argue that the employment they offer and mostly to our people and services are well. And just look at what drives this state's economy. We're largely an extraction, natural resource extraction. We virtually have no oil companies who are Alaska born and developed. We have no timber countries. There are some fisheries here and so on. But in the mining, I've said in my smart mouth mode, anytime you see some adult males standing around a hole in the ground, most of them are Canadian. It's because of the Canadian tax laws on mining, but most of the mining money is here. It is in our best interest to want people who invest here to make money. And certainly their profits are going to go outside some of them. The idea that, but Ms. Kennedy brought this up, Mr. Whittleton, and it's absolutely insightful. Property tax ends up being regressive for poorer people, the people who are struggling to hang on to their homes or buy one. And in my community, our community, we have lots of senior citizens who've been there for 35 years, and now they're on a very fixed income. And some real sad stories about people trying to hang on to them, and I suspect it's true like that in your other district. A major portion of what this administration has been saying is we need more low-cost housing. A slight reduction in property tax is not going to tip investments very much, but it's a part of reducing the cost of housing, and particularly people who are just trying to get into owning a home. So I would like you to, in my view, and apparently, and Mr. Whittleton, who often is the only one of us that really has a lot of recent business experience, talked about it, that property taxes are a significant portion of the business plan for small businesses. And so all taxes, I think, are going to hurt somebody, and so on. So this one, I think, is fairly balanced, and the number of things that are excluded for the sales tax is pretty good. After the testimony we heard from the delightful young lady, I went back to look and see if dental is, and it says medical stuff and medically prescribed, and some dental services that are non-beautification do qualify under medical things. But if we want to, I'd be glad to have the word dental services inserted in that list to make it even better for people who are struggling mentally. I know Medicare and so on don't carry dental, neither does my state retirement, and those can be very significant expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on the amendment?
No.
That amendment fails 7-4. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Ms. Zolotel.
Actually, I've been asked to speak on behalf of Ms. Zolotel.
Sure, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Sure. See if I can get this up. Okay, here we go. Mr. Dyson, I applaud your efforts and proposal. You've educated me about what a sale tax could look like, and I think we've started to get a better idea about what the public is willing to consider a sales tax, especially in light of the state reduction in funding and the uncertainty of state services many residents have come to rely on as a safety net. Right now, I think we have a lot of great ideas on the table, and we should give serious consideration to what the real cost of addressing these issues will be for the municipality, the most effective way we can do this, and what those commitments will mean next year, in 5 years, and a decade from now. A sales tax will likely have to be part of that solution. We need to be very real with the public about what tackling these serious issues will cost and the time horizon for expected outcomes. While I sincerely hoped we'd get more time to talk with the public about revenue, our priorities, and what we are hoping to achieve with any proposal before asking voters to decide at the ballot box, here we are. I'm not ready to support a sales tax proposal today. I could be in a few more months with more work to look at the dedication sources more closely and have a clearer plan of what we're trying to achieve as a community. Again, Mr. Dyson, thank you. Your wisdom and work on this have truly educated me, and I hope to pick up from the work you've done and add to it.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will vote in support of this proposal, and here's why. We all agree that we do, or most of us, I think, agree that we need this funding, and Mr. Dyson has done a really good job of clearly showing how the pipe is leaking and where we do need that funding to go. We need to diversify our city's revenues. We are too heavily reliant on property taxes, and my constituents in particular bear this burden. So shifting or including a sales tax will be a way where we can get revenue from people who don't live here. I think that what we have before us is a good proposal. It's temporary with a seasonal focus. There are many exemptions, including one for senior citizens now. And as I understand it, we can add to the list should this pass and we determine that there are other areas that should be exempted. It's low. When I grew up in Palmer way back in the day, we had a 2% sales tax. And I will never forget when I asked my parents, why do we have a tax? What's it used for? And they said, this is how we fund our libraries and our police. And when I spent my allowance on things, it felt really good to contribute to those public goods. It includes property tax relief. As I mentioned, I believe this is very important. And the process by which we have arrived at this draft, I believe, has been excellent, starting with a problem to solve, and it has been very collaborative. And I know, Mr. Dyson, on many occasions you have asked us, what will it take for you to support this proposal? What changes do we need to make? And I appreciate your spirit of cooperation and compromise. I think that's the way to make progress. And ultimately, we need to let the voters decide. We have been asked to address these problems. We do not have the resources within the tax cap to do what the residents of Anchorage have asked us to do, and we need to send this before the voters and let them decide. So thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the body for this deliberative process and this ongoing conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I won't support this, but I wish I could. I think it does a lot of things well. I think for many, many years, I hear and I feel that we should diversify our sources of income, and a sales tax is a good one. This brings relief to property tax. That's good. It focuses on a lot of critical needs we have. It's fairly small, 1% to 2%, depends on when you buy stuff. So there's a lot to like in this. The two things that trip me up, one is the limited time. And the challenge there is I don't see how you could develop new efforts like this proposes, and which means hiring new people and say, come on up, but you're going to have a short career. It's going to be 4 or 5 years. I just think we won't be able to get people to do that. But the real hang-up for me, and this is with all of the proposals at this point, is that our charter says that a sales tax should be 60%. And I understand that it is legal to do the workaround that are proposed for all three of these. But it is clearly in the face of, I think, community desires. It says in the charter, we want 60% vote for a sales tax. And I just can't support anything that would work around that.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'm going to sound very similar to our last speaker. I cannot support this, although I wish I could. I actually do think that we're getting to the time where it's time for Anchorage to have a sales tax, and I'd like to be able to vote for that, but I don't think we're there yet, and I don't think that we've been able to create a product that will pass by the voters, and I feel like that there's still challenges with it. So unfortunately, even though I do appreciate the process, I've learned a lot from it as well, and many of the ideas that have come out of the discussion around the sales tax have really helped to improve the conversation around the alcohol tax. And so it's been a great process. I appreciate the work, but unfortunately I will not be able to support it tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, want to say that I appreciate so much Mr. Dyson's boldness in bringing this forward. And on first glance, I absolutely was prepared to support this and to do my best to promote it, because I think it has an amazing opportunity to diversify our tax base, to help protect senior citizens or those on a fixed income. I think there are a lot of things that have been done to this particular proposal, though, that makes it a lot less palatable. And that is, the 3/5 tax voter approval for a tax. And that is very disturbing to think that we could get to the point where we just unilaterally decide that we're going to go with a 50+1. So I think that is a question that we haven't actually settled in our minds yet. I think there probably needs to be a little better understanding of what we actually have the ability to do. And if nothing else, I think we at least ought to understand the whole reason why we have that 60%. I mean, there are several things that we do because they're so important. We have to have that supermajority. I mean, the fact that we have to have 8 votes here tonight before anything goes on the ballot tells you that it's a very significant and important move to make. So that alone is enough for me to have to vote no against this, and I'm kind of sad by that, because we did a lot to try to figure out how do we make this really one of the best proposals and something new, something that this community hasn't really had the opportunity to address in the past, rather than just reworked alcohol tax. We actually had something that people could maybe start to kind of think, how will this work out? How will this benefit me as a taxpayer? And so I'm kind of sad that we don't get that opportunity, but after Ms. Zolotel's resolution, we're going to be spending more time on this. And that gives all of us an opportunity to really be out there in the community and talk about these kinds of things and say, okay, where do we want to go with the way that we tax ourselves? So anyway, I'm a no vote. But again, I so appreciate Mr. Dyson just basically opening up the floodgates, so to speak, for the criticism and everything else that goes with something like this. But I do agree that we have learned a lot, and we're still going to keep asking the questions and trying to really see where the community is asking us to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Several things that are very disappointing, and I want you all to pay attention. I'll probably irritate almost all of you before I get done, but it's really to the tenure of our times. For me, this discussion has all been about crime. No one questions the figures that I've brought to you. administration has helped. We have 2,000 to 3,000 people who are arrested or not tried every year in the last 3 years. That's about 7 people per day every year. So 7 people that have been arrested, most of them with valid charges, have been released because we don't have the resources. I got to be careful about confidences. In the last short period, a man who had 6 assault charges, 2 of them aggravated assaults or felonies, we have been warehousing him in jail because everybody recognized he was mentally incompetent, and there are not the beds available at API to have him evaluated. There's supposed to be 10 set forward for it. Finally, the judge said, you can't keep that guy in jail, warehousing him, waiting for a bed so he can be tried. He's out on the streets tonight. We have lots of people who were driving impaired or property crimes who were arrested a 3rd time before they went to trial on the first one. Is that what we want? This is the most dangerous place for a child or woman to be. Child assault, child molestation, child rape is 3.5, almost 4 times that of any other state in the nation. There is no place in the nation where a woman is at more risk of being sexually assaulted, raped, domestic violence, intimate partner violence. Is that what we want? Those of you that want to wait, I want you to realize that the longer we wait, the longer it takes to start getting to some solutions. Alex, who I really appreciate, said we can pass anticipated revenue notes and start spending on these issues ahead of time, ahead of the revenues getting here, and we can get going and spool up. John, I thought about whether or not to put a limit in it. I want the voters to know that they're in charge of revenue charges. This isn't something we put in place. I think, don't know, can't guarantee, but having the resources that are intended here will knock the peaks off our crime. 3 police chiefs, Ron Oddie, Kevin O'Leary, and Brian Porter, were all pretty good friends, particularly Ron Oddie, who was also a neighbor. When I signed up to run for this job, he jumped out of the woodwork, brought me a donation. But I asked him the question, what's the best thing, if you had the resources, police chief, you would do to limit our crime? He said, all of my time in Anchorage, we did the best thing we ever did is nail the small-time criminals before they got to be big-time. And he told me about one guy, he said, we knew was a serial murderer, but we couldn't get the evidence to nail him. We nail him on federal weapons charges and breaking parole or conditions of parole and so on and so forth, and he's still in jail, but not having the resources to do it. So here we have 2,000 to 3,000 people per year that are falling out of the system, and some of them hopefully to go straight or go somewhere else, but most of them to continue their lifelong patterns. We all know that a significant percentage of our folks who are with criminal behavior, like the guy with the 6 assaults, have mental health and substance abuse issues, and we don't have the treatment. In all the years I've been here, it's been since 64, that must be, 50, and there's never been a time when the need for those treatment facilities and the capacity to provide them has been so low. I don't believe the state is going to get their financial house in order on getting forensic samples dealt with, on providing the care we need, investigating and trying prosecuting the felonies like they've always done in the past. I don't think those are going to get solved. The bill that you have before you will provide revenue so that we can fill in those gaps if we have to. I put 6 years in there because I believe in that 6 years, and it'll probably be 7.5 by the time this gets into effect, we will know what the state's going to do. We will know what the federal is going to do particularly on treatment and those sorts of things. And you all can make the course corrections that need to be made. And if what we've done, hopefully we would do tonight, is effective, I believe the population will support it. If you do vote for this, as I think 2 or 3 you're going to, you will be saying you trust the voters of this city to have mature judgment and do it. If we pass this, it won't have the alcohol industry going to general quarters and fighting a battle, and those who are wanting to defend the alcohol tax spending a significant amount of money. It could be better spent on treatment and so on. So the period, the 7 years, is to see what the world is like from now and force us to be back making a decision process guided by the people. So that's why I put it there. All right, so I want to switch gears. Nobody, I think, and also, by the way, the sales tax gets about $5 million from our visitors in the summer, which they are demand on our services. Also, I've always wanted our police to be able to spend more time going after the minor property crimes that the homeless people put on us, and the significant amount of crimes against the homeless, and so on. So I want to switch to the last thing. I don't know any other facts to give you. I don't know any other things to talk to you about, principles. The issue for me is crime. The tax is only the means to make a difference in the tremendous vexation we have with it. So I'm going to switch to the other side and appeal to your emotions. You can accuse me very valiantly of being a bigot. My advocacy for victims is always kids and women. And there are some guys out there that are being victims, and I'm okay with not spending a lot of attention on them. When I went to Juneau, and Pete was there at the same time, and Ethan, police chief there told me that when the cruise ship comes in, there was guys who had already booked online dates with little boys who were there, and with the permission and inclusion of their parents. The chief told me that at the gangplank, after the visitors go off, there's a lineup there of high school girls looking to provide personal services for the crew. And that was going on in Juneau. I hope that's gone. I hope that's gone. I had lots of foster kids. 2 of my foster daughters were trafficked in this town. One of them was one of the most famous cases the state has ever had. She was 11 years old and is still a star in child porn films that are distributed out of Venezuela. One of the other ones, father was a crabber skipper in the Bering Sea. He got custody. I worked it out with the police, and Eugene went down and picked up this 15-year-old kid. Her mother had been prostituting her. She rented her out to the hockey team for a weekend, and she was in a hospital for a week and a half after that. I got her here, ran away. She was working for a 55-year-old pimp out in the valley. Cops and I found her in an 8-wide trailer out in Muldoon. She got through the juvenile thing, split. I sent her out to meet her father in Dutch. She ran away from him, embezzled $85,000 from 2 fishermen that she was servicing, did a year and a half at Highland Mountain. Still in contact with her. I have lunch or dinner with her every time I'm in Portland. She still has problems with nose candy and health problems that come from it. I can tell you today that almost undoubtedly 9/11 will get a call from some frightened kid who's hearing their mother get the crap beat out of them and is screaming in the other room. There'll be kids here. They'll be delivered to our hotels here, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls for servicing our visitors here. I got involved years ago out here in Spenard on one of the famous bars out there where there was 8 or 9, mostly Vietnamese and Cambodian women who were being held prison in the cellar under the bar down there. if you think about who's been here to testify, I'll tell you who wasn't here. There wasn't anybody here saying I was raped and molested and treated like a throwaway napkin when I was living in your city. There weren't the hundreds of people who have been assaulted and so on. I understand, given how driven the police force is by the needs, property crimes under $5,000 to $10,000 don't get investigated. There just isn't the resources. There are people around here. You all say you care about poor people. How about the people that are having their property stolen and their cars stolen? People, that's the only way they have to get to work. How many of you know people who are mentally can't make it? I know lots of them. And many of them with what's popularly called co-diagnosis or co-occurring disabilities. We don't have the treatment. When I worked on justice reform back in the legislature, pretty interesting. On both drug and alcohol, an extraordinary number of people get clean and straight. Often it takes the third cycle through it, but they make it. And we don't have it. And tonight I'll bet you in our homeless camps, well, when it gets a little warmer, there'll be a couple of women get raped there. Oh, also, most of you have been around know how ineffective restraining orders can be. You know, some person, mostly a woman will get a restraining order to keep her abuser from coming around. She gets on the phone, and the cops do all they can and so on, but we could do lots more. All right, I'm done preaching. I hope that you can put aside the fact that this has been altered so that it's the 51% instead of the 60 and vote for it. To me, the do-nothing issue stinks. We've got thousands of people, some of them being hurt and screaming in pain tonight, and we are going to choose to do nothing now when we've got a pretty good effort before us and say, well, we're going to think about it some more and we'll maybe come up with something better, and almost always what you're going to delay is starting to be a part of the solution for a year. Pardon me if I've offended you. I love and respect you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hard act to follow. I'm not asking this because I don't want Mr. Dyson to be mad at me since we live in the same neighborhood, but I do have a question, if I might, of Mr. Dyson, and that is, would you be adverse to trying to go back to the 3/5 requirement, or do you believe that that is just too hard of a threshold to ever reach in the municipality of Anchorage?
Right. I'm trying to push my button here.
I think you got it.
Go ahead, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I voted against that amendment, and for probably the same reasons you. I believe it is legal the way it is amended now, and I suppose if you move to run it back to the 3/5, it would be the death knell of it. But it's moot because we're not going to get it out of this room. And so do what you want. I'll probably support you. But it isn't going to make any difference because this group, we are going to choose to do nothing. Well, maybe we'll get an alcohol tax. But the alcohol tax plus gets 1/3 or less of the money that this does. It costs us $1 million to put 6 cops on the street. And, the money, never mind. Thank you.
May I?
Sure.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Dyson. And I absolutely agree with you. And so, with that said, I will move to amend, this is 156S1, the portion, section 14.01, which is actually page 5, line 42, to delete the rest of that paragraph where it says, except the taxes imposed by Charter, Chapter 14.05 and Chapter 14.07 shall be effective if approved by a majority of 50% plus one of the qualified voters voting on the question. And that might be a bit of a procedural question as well, because rather than trying to change that line 44 to 3/5, I think we get to the same 3/5 of voter approval by just deleting that last part of the sentence. So I could use some guidance on that, but the oh, and here comes Ms.
All right. So the clerk has asked for a 5-minute recess break.
Thank you.
At the legislature.
do with a baby that get left on your door. You know, so then we took that one, and then invitation for dealing with the hard cases. Good for you. That's neat. Yep. Yeah, and it was great for you. I mean, all of my kids have had foster kids, respite care. Yep. Yep. You can sure accuse me of not having been a perfect foster parent, because not many of those kids have. Oh.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In consultation with Assembly Council and the municipal attorney, we have a provision from Robert's Rules that it's on page 75, and it says, during the meeting or series of connected meetings called the session, in which the Assembly has decided a question, the same or substantially the same question cannot be brought up again except through special procedures. And we discussed that a special procedure might be a motion to reconsider, which Ms. Kennedy actually brought up is probably untimely, and she probably voted on the wrong side. So that would be an example of a special procedure. I think that we had an understanding that you couldn't do this under Robert's Rules, and I think the common sense reason for that is that the body would just be continually moving and seconding and debating things that had already been decided. And that's the common sense reason for this rule.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy? Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I have an incredible amount of respect for Mr. Dyson, and he is perpetually open-minded and willing to solve problems in creative ways. And so I just want to say thank you, and that you started a really, really important conversation. And you're right that a lot of it's happening right now. And unfortunately, even if we have the vision, we have to have the practical ability to make the change we need. And what we've seen from polling is that the only way to do that is through the alcohol tax right now. And so I understand what you're saying, and I wish we could do more, and I wish that everyone in Anchorage were banging on our doors asking us to pass a sales tax. I do. But I don't know if that's where we are right now, and I'm worried it's not. So I can't support the sales tax. I don't want two taxes on the ballot, and I want to support what I think will be most successful. So thank you, but I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I think I'm done. Sorry.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about the main motion. But, yes, sorry. So, okay, now we're done with the amendment. Now we're back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's the main motion. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
No.
That item fails 8-3. Moving on, Ms. Salato?
Yes, I'd like to move this next item. I'd like to move to postpone it.
Second.
Are you talking about item 13B?
Yes.
Okay, and moved and seconded. Do you have a date specific?
September 15th. May I speak to the motion?
Sure.
Best I can. Thanks. I had someone lined up, but they had to take a phone call. So I don't oppose an alcohol tax. I don't oppose a sales tax. And I agree that we need to address these issues identified. But I don't want disappointed taxpayers because we either promised something we can't deliver for $11 to $15 million in revenue a year, or we aren't clear enough about our intentions and what we hope to accomplish. I think the testimony tonight really illustrated. Someone said we'd like to see a Department of Behavioral Health within the municipality again. And someone else said that basically our level of investment should be commensurate with the level of results we want. That's a tall order for 11 to 15 million a year that's supposed to address public safety, domestic violence, child abuse and sexual assault, and behavioral health, substance misuse, and homelessness. Mr. Dyson got to it. I very much agree we need to take action. I have some small points of quibble with his proposal. But I think we start with that and we work with the alcohol tax and we keep the conversation moving forward with the public. I think also that according to the clerk's office, a special election would cost between $280,000 and $300,000. This process and this decision is too important to rush and the stakes are too high. While I'm very happy the Assembly passed the budget process resolution that sets forth a new path to answer some of the unanswered questions, I do believe by moving forward, we're missing out on the larger opportunity to take into account more of what we've heard that we want from the public, that the alcohol tax does not achieve. Property tax relief, capturing internet sales taxes, diversifying revenues, and considering seasonality. Hopefully this is not the end of the revenue discussion, but the beginning, and that we continue it now and we come back in the fall with a proposal that has been drafted along with the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this motion to postpone. It effectively kills the alcohol tax for this year, prevents it from going to the ballot, and prevents us from getting these critical revenues to go to things like police, first responders, child abuse prevention, sexual assault prevention, and other things. The idea this wasn't created in concert with the public is simply false. Or the idea that was rushed, that's not true either. This is an 18-month and more conversation going back to 2018, with many on the body remember. We had extensive presentations about an alcohol tax from the administration. We went out to community councils. The administration went out to community councils. There was a lot of public discussion about the alcohol tax, and then, of course, it didn't pass. But it didn't pass for pretty specific reasons that a lot of us heard about. Folks didn't know exactly where the money was going. Folks thought that perhaps the alcohol industry said it could go above 5%, even though we knew that it couldn't. So we made that explicit here. Then in the summer, a group of the public, mostly nonprofits led by Recover Alaska and others, started having a conversation about revisiting the alcohol tax and what that would look like. There were a number of public meetings about it, people in the public discussing it. There were public polls that said, okay, why did you vote against the last one? What would you support? You know, what do you want it to fund? And then this S1 version was crafted specifically to address those issues. So we've been going through this for 18 months. And of course, in the last month, we had another sort of more intense period where we had a number of public hearings, where we had town halls, where we had work sessions, where we had suggestions from a number of other people on how to improve the tax, which were included. We had a resolution put forward by Ms. Zolotel to how are we going to plan, if it does pass, how are we going to spend this. So I think we have done a tremendous amount of due diligence, and this is a proposal that was driven by the public, by a public discussion about what exactly the language should look like and how can we protect the public from wasteful spending. And then the last point I'll make, and I'll probably have to make this again before we're all done, is focus on what this does, what it's dedicated to, not just police, not just first responders, but critical funds. Now, it's not going to solve the entire problem. We know that. Fred's was larger, and I voted for yours, Fred, because I do believe in a lot of things you said. This is a dangerous place to be a child, this being Alaska, unfortunately. This won't solve that, but it's a step in the right direction. I mean, it's something that we can do that would have a positive effect. It's real money. You know, in the world of the municipal budget, $11 to $15 million isn't a be-all, end-all, but it's more than we've been spending. It's more we've ever spent on homelessness issues. People think that we spend a lot directly on homelessness. We don't. We have secondary and tertiary costs which are pretty intense, but we don't spend a tremendous amount as a municipality. The state has spent some, but we haven't. This is real revenue to address real problems that was driven by a public discussion, public polling, and direct input from a variety of stakeholders. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this motion and then support the underlying proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I agree with everything that Mr. Dunbar stated. I want to add a few things. First is that we can both have a short-term and a long-term discussion. I don't think these things are exactly separate. I think we can put this to the voters, which is what we're doing today, is vetting these questions to consider if these are good questions to put to the voters. And then, as I have said again and again, and I guess I just need to continue saying it, engage in a longer-term discussion. Second, I also just want to say that we have a process that we're going to be going forward with, both the S1 and the S2 version, where we have a variety of amendments that can be put forward, and then discussion had on the merits. And this motion to postpone does not allow a thorough discussion on the merits, much like we had with the sales tax. So I would like us to have that discussion, and I would really appreciate if both Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Zolotel would rescind this motion so we can continue moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
I was going to make a few comments, actually, since you didn't realize that I had asked, but I think the comments were stated, so I'll just vote no.
Thank you. She's voting no. That motion fails 8-3. Okay, so we're now back to item 13B. Let me just read the item. Ordinance number AO 2019-148S1 as amended. An ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to authorize an alcoholic beverages retail sales tax and dedicating the net receipts revenue to public safety, health, and homelessness purposes, requiring voter approval to increase the tax or change the dedicated uses and related matters. Okay, so just to confirm, Madam Clerk, we do have a motion on the floor. Approve the S1,
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we have a series of amendments. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes, I'd like to move Perez-Verdia Amendment 1, please.
Is there a second?
Have to find it.
Sure. So I believe there are two series of amendments. There are 13B and then 13B2, I believe is the title. Yeah, so 13B is for the S1 version. Okay, does everyone have the amendments in front of them?
I'll second so we can start discussion.
Sure. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. This amendment is inspired by Mr. Dyson, actually, and many of the town hall meetings where we learned that a significant portion of the revenue brought in by the municipality is from property tax. And so this amendment changes the S1 version of the alcohol tax to allocate 25% of it to property tax relief. And I would just say that I think that this amendment both honors many of the emails that I've received and many of the comments that I've ever received, and I think it has the effect of making it a stronger proposal for the public to vote for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and I appreciate Mr. Perez-Vardilla proposing all of these three amendments, given that I'm sure he's gotten a lot of feedbacks from his constituents. I'm going to oppose all three for basically the same reason. The first is this is not nearly as much money as the sales tax, and that much smaller pot, I really want us to try to be I want as much of that as possible to go to the critical areas that we've dedicated the funds to public safety, to treatment, to child abuse prevention, and that kind of thing. And if I have to weigh those two in my mind, child abuse prevention and sexual assault prevention are more important than what would amount to about a $3 million property tax reduction spread across the entire municipality. It's so small that I don't think folks would notice it. It's also the case that, you could say, well, maybe this will help it pass. But there's evidence that it doesn't have much of that effect. I think there's polling data that we've seen that was sent to a number of us by Ms. Hall that shows that a lot of folks are going to vote for this, against this. The people who are going to vote against this are going to vote against it regardless of whether it has a property tax portion. And prior sales tax proposals, I think the last one that was put forward was half, the last one that made it to the ballot was split half between property tax and half between funding for the municipality, and it got crushed at the ballot box, like 30 to 70. Now, this is a different proposal, so maybe it would have more of an impact, but because it reduces the amount available for our critical programs, and because it complicates the matter, and I think simplicity is important when you want to pass something on the ballot, I'll be opposing this amendment and the amendments following. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate, I guess, copying is the highest compliment, kind of a compliment. But Mr. Dunbar is right. If you loop the property tax that goes to schools and the city, it gets close to 6 million. And if you divide this in, it comes out to 1/2 of 1%. And that'll get lost in the margins, and generally the cost, CPA, the cost of living thing will submerge that. And anyways, Mr. Dunbar is right, in my opinion.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on the amendment?
No.
That amendment fails 9-2. Mr. Perez-Vardilla.
I would like to move Perez-Vardilla amendment number 2, please.
Seconded by Ms. Alatel. Mr. Perez-Vardilla.
Yes. So similarly, and I before I actually address this, I want to address the previous point because it relates to this one as well. You know, I appreciate the idea that reducing the percentage that we either that is allocated directly for the purposes of homelessness and public safety and so on is a real factor. But the reality is that we're hearing from the public that there is a lack of trust and that they are concerned that we are using the money appropriately. This addresses that. Similarly to the S2 version, this brings the same idea of starting at a 2%, but capping it at a 5%. So the alcohol tax would start at a 2%, and then by decision of the assembly would be allowed to go up from there based on our assessment of need. And I believe, again, that this would send a very strong message to the public that we're only asking for what we need, that we're going to be, through previous actions, be having conversations with the public on specifically what it's going to be used for. And then as that need is assessed, if necessary, that we would increase the percentage of tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly, this one doesn't have as direct impact on the revenue because I think the assumption by everyone in the assembly is we're going to almost immediately increase it to 5%. Because as Mr. Weldon said, we know that there are these pretty severe challenges that we face. And as Ms. Zolotel said, this money, even the 5% probably isn't enough to address everything we have. We also heard from the alcohol industry today that they're going to vociferously oppose any alcohol tax regardless of the percentage. They said we will strongly oppose both versions of it. I also think that this will actually, sort of perversely, lessen the chance that the alcohol tax passes for two reasons. One, because it makes it more complicated. And again, I think simplicity is key when you put something on the ballot. And two, I think that the alcohol industry will make an argument that we are trying to be duplicitous. That is, that we are trying to sneak one by. I can already see the ad picture in my mind. They say it's a 2%, but really it's a 5% because they don't trust you to just vote on a 5%, something like that. So for that reason, I'll be opposing this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I'm also opposed to the amendment. I'm concerned that it will cause confusion. There's been a lot of different versions out there, and I don't see any reason to start adding different percentages and moving it up and down. I'm also concerned about the political reality of starting with the 2% and then not having the will to get the body to move further, even though, of course, we know that tobacco and marijuana are similarly. So I don't see any reason to change it, and I'll be opposed.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually like this amendment, and one of the reasons it's in the S2 version is because the initial costs don't necessarily match up to $15 million of spending. Some of those are waiting for the Alaska Center for Treatment to eventually come online. And actually, when there's a public safety bucket contained in the tax, as there is in the S1 version, I'm concerned about committing too much of those funds to police, quite frankly. And this would have us check ourselves very significantly because those are year-over-year costs that will forever probably be funded by the tax. So I like starting at a lower percentage and ramping it up as the costs come online. And it also meters the expectations of what we're going to accomplish with this tax. This tax cannot solve all the problems that it's dedicated to. So I'm a realist when it comes to this, and I want to be very transparent. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
No.
That amendment fails 6-5. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I won't be moving the third amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think there are any further amendments on this one, so we now have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I really respect the work that the sponsors did on this and the changes over time, and it made a very good platform to develop the S2 version, which I find far superior. I hope you will acknowledge that this is nice, but vote it down and move on to the S2.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. My preference clearly was for the sales tax, and that did not pass. I will vote in support of this tax, and here's why. I'm going to quote you, Fred. The do-nothing issue stinks, and the people are mature enough to decide. And again, we've got agreement here, I believe, that we need to do something. We also have a tremendous need, as I said before, for diversified revenue. And while the alcohol tax proposal here is outside of the tax cap, it could ultimately reduce costs to APD and other public safety programs, and this would provide greater value to taxpayer dollars and be able to shift funds to other programs. So the people will decide if this is what they want for the community, and if this is different enough to support than the proposal that was put forward last year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Solotel.
What Mr. Weddleton said.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I really want to thank all of the community partners that have been part of the BRAIN team that have made this proposal possible. This conversation has been ongoing for years, and for many of those years, imperfect proposals have been put forward and are either rejected wisely by this body or rejected by the voters. And this time, we have a new proposal and new energy to get it done. And I'm more confident than I've been in years that we have a proposal, that we have something before us that will have real-world impacts and will actually have a chance of getting approval from the voters. But let's be honest in this conversation. This tax isn't going to solve these issues, but it will provide short-term fixes while we consider longer-term solutions to the whole myriad of issues that we are facing. We don't have to do one or the other. So I urge a yes vote today and hope everyone is ready for much more work in the future. And also want to remind my colleagues that we are simply vetting something to put forward to the voters. I think the voters are more than capable and ready to consider this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I've been kind of undecided in this conversation up until just early this week. And the conversation has been in-depth and thorough, and there have been multiple proposals about the minutia of what we could do with new revenue. And I think all of that is very confusing, and it's in some ways much too much. I don't believe that the alcohol industry is a villain. I go and support these locations that serve alcoholic beverages. And I don't at all imagine that this revenue is going to solve the problem, nor am I hoping to levy the belief that we think these dollars will solve the problem. I recognize that there are passionate people in the community who believe that we need to be focusing on housing and homelessness and addiction and all of these problems. And I, too, agree on all of those things. But I want to mitigate our expectations, and I also want to change the debate a little bit because I had to come to a different perspective altogether on this. Because I couldn't support a tax that was framed in such a way that, as one of the people who came to one of the town halls became like Dr. Strangelove, so aggressive against this industry. And I don't see it that way. The way I do see it, though, is that in this town, 5 years ago almost, we legalized marijuana. And in that process, it was a basic assumption, black and white, we're going to tax that product. And we do, local, state, and federal. And we tax it at 5%. They didn't complain. They didn't cry. They didn't whine. They pay their bills as much as they can because they recognize they have a duty to this community, just like everybody else. I don't want to continue to levy a burden onto the taxpayer when it comes to addressing the concerns that do surround the operations that sell alcohol in this town. I mean, it's irrational to claim that around the operations that sell especially retail alcohol, there aren't problems in this city, and that we don't have police responses regularly to those places. But again, I'm not suggesting that you should be responsible for answering all of the problems. Instead, I've come to the conclusion that you as members of our community and members of this citizenry, and I hope the voters agree with me, will decide that we should tax alcohol like marijuana, because that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be voting in favor of this ordinance. And the reason for that is I believe we have members of the private sector that have promised to spend $40 million to try to solve some of the problems that the municipality has developed over the years, and that can continue to be a problem, and it seems like they might be actually getting worse. And I think it's important that the municipalities step up and do our share. If the private sector is going to put $40 million in, and we pass a sales tax, we'll we'll have approximately that same amount of money in a 5-year period of time, or maybe more. And so for that particular reason, I'm going to be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I will also be voting in favor of this. I was hoping that we would, the next one that we're going to talk about, one of the things that really appealed to me was the starting at 2% and moving up, but that didn't happen in this one. But the reason that I believe that this is ultimately the best proposal is its simplicity. I think that it's necessary, and it's necessary now. I agree with most of what I've heard, that these are areas that we need to fund, that this is an appropriate way to do it. I also believe that some of the information that has come out that has really sort of sold me on this, that there's a lot of information nationally and locally that a tax on alcohol actually has health benefits to our community, that it lowers underage drinking, it lowers binge drinking, that it does not necessarily deter your average drinker, and so it has some real significant impacts. I believe it also has some impacts on drunk driving and a variety of other things that we learned about. So there's some real health benefits and community benefits to it, but ultimately I'm voting for it because I believe that we need to start stepping up and funding the services that we feel are most vital. And the thing about this one is that we received polling data from the community, and the 3 areas that this aims to fund are the 3 areas that the community spoke up and said that they most wanted funding for. So I think this is a true reaction to what we've heard from the community. And I think it's time for us to put it on the ballot. So I urge my colleagues' support of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo some of the things I'm hearing others say, and also just thank everyone for this process. It's we have, I don't think everyone in Anchorage realizes how well we all get along and how much we respect each other and how we're all ultimately trying to do the same stuff. And I just want to say thank you to everyone, my colleagues. I don't think this has been rushed. We've had a number of work sessions, as Mr. Dunbar mentioned. Prior to that, this proposal has come before. Recover convened a group of, I think there are about 50 people there, hospitals and all kinds of folks who are engaged months and months and months ago. So we've been talking a lot about it. We've been working a lot on it at the Assembly. And I don't think that all voters think, or I don't know how many voters, but probably not many believe that $11 to $15 million will solve all the city's problems related to these issues. So I'm not worried about that because I'm not making that statement. The statement I want to make by voting yes and getting it on there is I want to give voters an opportunity to start solving the problem. And that's what we're going to do. I hope it's the alcohol tax that's on the ballot. And we can keep talking about other issues and other forms of revenue and other things we can do in this community. The conversation doesn't have to stop there. And I'm just reminded of what Fred always says, is that, rarely do politicians make the right decision at the right time. And we know right now we have the polling, we have a campaign that will work on this tax, and we know it's the right time. And I hope everyone will vote to put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, these are the times that try men's souls. And unlike many, I am so committed to transcendent principles and integrity that deals like this make it hard. But I have the choice of if I vote against this, then it is going to be nothing gets done. And so I'm going to vote for something that I have 2 major problems with. But as my wife says about me too often, it's better than nothing. And probably caused me more pain to be in that kind of a situation, to have to vote against some of my principles for the greater good. And I hope that you never have to go through what my family has been through in dealing with broken victims, or live with a life with the wounds that sexual abuse and being beaten causes. And I hope when I'm gone, which I hope is in a couple of months, somehow or the other there'll be another voice standing up for those victims and so on. And I hope you can more acutely identify with and have a heart for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Okay, Mr. Dyson, you've spoken very eloquently. I am going to vote for this. It is not an easy vote for me to make. It is not an easy vote for me to make because I think we could have done something better, quite honestly. But what I hear from my colleagues, and I will take you at your words, I'm getting my voice back, here we go, is that you're going to continue the revenue discussions. That is near and dear to my heart. I think this is an important discussion, one I thought we were going to have for the next 9 months before we were putting anything before the voters. The voters will make this decision. That's fine. I also appreciate my colleagues now saying that $11 to $15 million a year are not going to solve these issues. I think we have to be very clear about our expectations and the vision of what we think this money can do. I have a lot of emails saying that we need to solve these issues. These are very complex and very costly issues. I still have reservations about funding police officers with this money, and I know the public safety dedication was to get to the fire department's core team and mobile crisis intervention, and I wholly support that, but I think it's available under the other dedications. As you know, I've worked really hard to try to move funding to these purposes, and I think we can build upon that. But this is really up to the voters, and so I am taking my colleagues at their word that we're going to meter the expectations and we're going to continue to talk about new revenue. Because we do need to do something. I would have liked more time. I really wanted to build on Mr. Dyson's work, so expect to see that come back as well in some form or fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider item 9B9 AR 2020-37.
B, bravo.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Having voted in the affirmative and just not being ready to have that conversation until we have walked through the debate on which item we're going to get to, I would like us, if the members would grant the reconsideration, to come back to that item and have a little more conversation about how we would frame the conversation going forward.
What was that one?
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the motion, and just for members of the public and for the body, so this is simply a motion to reconsider. Voting yes will bring the item back before us. Voting no means that the previous motion, which failed, still stands. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Chair, I'm a little conflicted on this. I appreciate the maker of the motion, and I might support it, but still vote against the underlying resolution, which I know seems contradictory because it was my resolution, me and Mr. Rivera and Ms. Quinn Davidson. I guess I've in some ways been convinced by Ms. Zolotel's conversation about setting a process rather than setting a definitive statement about how we're going to spend. The trap there, of course, the sort of catch-22 is that's exactly what we heard from the public last time, was you didn't tell us what you were going to spend it on, or you didn't tell us with enough specificity. The ballot language has more specificity. We try to provide even more specificity in a non-binding fashion. But I am also appreciative of the process Ms. Zolotel had us set up, and I'm trying to think in my mind, maybe there's some other way to communicate that to the public besides a binding resolution or besides a resolution.
If I might briefly, Mr. Chair, the thought that I had, if this item is put back on the table, is that we would amend it and add a reference to the resolution that addresses the process, and that we would put in a statement at the top that says, this is our plan in relationship to the process identified in item, I don't have that number before me. But my theory was, if it gets back on the table, we would merge the two, in essence, into a framework and some specifics.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm trying to follow. It seems inconsistent with the process that we did support, which was the process Meg did. I don't. Yeah, so I'd vote no to reconsider it. I just don't think it's necessary.
I'm okay if it doesn't get reconsidered. This was just, it was a close vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Peterson? That motion fails 6-5.
Okay. Just did what I was asked. I did what I was asked, so. Okay.
Sure. Okay, the clerk advises me we need 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I thought he was going to stay for a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so the clerk just wanted me to note for the record that we will not be taking up item 13B2, that's the S2 version. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, thank Mr. Chair. I move to reconsider item 13A, ordinance number 13B S1.
Second.
Thank you, and I urge a no vote for my colleagues.
Do you want to speak to the motion?
Sure. So this is something that used to be much more common back when I first started in the Assembly, and Mr. Trainee and Ms. Gray Jackson were running the show. Basically, we have certain deadlines, and every Assembly member has the right to bring a motion to reconsider if they voted on the prevailing side, and that sets off a certain timeline, a number of days you need to a certain amount of time you need to take, and because of the timeline, if a member were to do that in the next several days, I don't remember how many, in the next 24 hours, we could miss our deadline to get this on the ballot, and it would defeat the supermajority of the Assembly that just voted for this measure. So by making a motion and defeating it, we prevent another Assembly member from potentially doing that. And again, this is something that to lock in a vote that used to be pretty common, hasn't been done in a little while. So I urge a no vote.
Okay, there we go. Thanks. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
No.
And Mr. Dyson, hopefully you've been paying attention to this, how do you vote? That was a thumbs up, so whatever that is. All right, that fails 9-2. All right.
Pardon me for interrupting, but I'm going to sign off. It's 2 a.m. where I am.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Good night.
Thank you so much for you and my colleagues.
Where is she? All right, moving on in our agenda, we now have before us item 14A, Ordinance 2020-1, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2.2 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of facilities improvements and related capital improvements in the Girdwood Valley service area. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mike Edgington. I'm co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I think that gives me 5 minutes. I'm going to try and do it in less than one. So one of the questions I think that often comes up in these bond issues is how much is the community behind it? We had the equivalent of a community meeting, and this got passed 111 votes to 0. I don't know how many of you spent time in community meetings, but getting 111 people in the room is hard enough. Having them all agree is virtually impossible. I took a few minutes to look at what other relatively high voting things we've had, which were typically in the 40s or 50s, and they were on a brewery, marijuana legislation, and trails. So basically, Girdwood is much more in support of childcare than they are breweries, marijuana, or outdoor education. So that gives a sense of where the community is and behind it, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Klein. I'm a Girdwood resident, and I also sit on the Little Bears board. Little Bears Playhouse is a federally recognized 501c3. We've been in continuous operation and serving the families of Girdwood since 1979. Little Bears was started by members of our community, working parents who needed daycare, and they formed a real unique partnership with the municipality to collaboratively create this daycare facility in Girdwood, and it's really the same situation today. Our Little Bears has provided services to over 1,400 families since inception, and currently today we're providing daycare to over 50 families. And there is no comparable child care preschool facility in Girdwood at this time. So families in Girdwood really are dependent on this service to be able to enter the workforce. The existing building and the old fire building, Glacier City Hall, were built in the 1960s and found to require significant structural repair when we had analysis by an engineering firm done in 2011. There is a strong need for both facilities to be replaced with safe, efficient, and modern buildings. Current structure has 3 windows and a ceiling that leaks when it rains, an unsecured entryway, no storage space, no space for staff, including a bathroom. The structural report determined that the roof cannot withstand the weight of more than 3 to 6 inches of snow. So living in Girdwood, anytime the kids need to enter the building, we have to first shovel the roof. Both structures really require a lot of constant maintenance and have reached their lifespan. So in being quick, this has been a project that a lot of people have been working towards for a very long time. Little Bears has always been sustained by huge community support, many local contributors and a volunteer board. And we really hope you will consider putting this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, I was under the impression that Girdwood meetings last late, but I have been reintroduced to a whole new type of meeting here. My name is Crystal. I am currently serving as secretary on Little Bears, and I am also currently the executive director for Girdwood Alliance, which has a board of over 20 members that have been working towards advocating for Girdwood for 20 years. And we have written a letter of support to Mayor Berkowitz that we are in support of this for a new community building. We're in desperate need of it. The building is in rough shape. Both of my kids have gone through Little Bears, and one of them is still attending, so we would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Excuse me, what was your last name?
Sorry, Crystal Hoke, H-O-K-E.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, sir. Ma'am, Mr. Weddleton?
It's not really a question. Thank you all for coming all the way out here, and I know you have to drive back, but you know, those GBOS meetings go after 10 pretty frequently. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2020-2, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1,110,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide life safety access roads improvements and related capital improvements. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, an Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage and currently resident in Menton, Sidney Valley. While addressing you, I represent myself. Please note I follow the public process. When the public process is not appropriate, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'm going to make it easier and not have to come up for a few more times because many of my statement can be for many of the other ones, particularly on this specific issue. You are having public hearing on this item and the one before and other items that are on the agenda and the date for the next election. This is the only time you had introduced this item previous meeting for introduction. First public hearing is now. If you don't approve this item tonight, it can't be on the ballot. And the remarks, I'd like to bring out this particular thing that stunned me, is the remarks that about that reconsideration vote. It ties with this whole principle. That if you did a motion reconsideration on that other item earlier, that you had to do it tonight because it'd be too late if you didn't do it because of the issue that your decisions have to be done now. I like to bring out these basic words I've said over the years here and many other places. The more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity publicly heard. These issues that are going on the ballot or may go on the ballot, because you haven't decided on some of them yet, and this is one of them, the fact is you have created a situation of unfairness for the public. I'm not questioning the topic issues. I'm talking about the process of this issue. Now, I had been present on this issue at work sessions, and I've witnessed your discussion on this particular issue in meetings at City Hall, away from the public, and you've already also prejudged because you made decisions and changes and all that stuff. The end result is where's the public? You introduce something like this, you need to give the public a fair chance. But you got these items on that you got on this agenda that says the data for election, and you're not giving a fair chance to the public. This is basically total disrespect, with all fairness, and I would encourage you, if you're going to do it, get it out to the public way in advance and give them a chance, because you're not giving them a chance on this, and it goes on the ballot and you prove this. This is the message you're saying to the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
With 23 seconds to spare.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move, excuse me. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
This is a fairly simple amendment. This would, the current wording in the bond would let money that is be voted on for life safety improvements be used for any kind of public safety and transit capital improvements. And I almost suspect that was just oversight in the crafting of this. So the change would be to Section 1, Page 2, beginning at line 22. It would add, after the word municipality, area-wide life safety access roads, and it would delete public safety and transit capital improvements.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to the amendment? Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
I could add, this has been gone through staff, and I think bond counsel and so on was okay with it.
Sure. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. And actually, I would just like better clarification of what this actually does. You said something about it being something that was typically left out. But I guess I see it as a contradiction that it actually goes kind of above and beyond what we would want it to go, be able to do. So clarification, please.
Okay, I might have misspoke then. If I said what you said, I misspoke. There is, if you read in this, it's fairly standard wording for a lot of our bonds. But if we, bond for some, we have a list of bonds. If one of those can't get done, then the money that it frees up can be used for another project on our capital improvement list or something. That's typical on our road bonds and so on. So on this one, it said money, and we're voting for roughly $1 million for area-wide life safety access roads, but the wording currently would allow that money, should a project, for example, maybe Mountain Air can't be done, then that money could be shifted to any public safety and transit capital improvement. And I find that completely out of the spirit with what the goal of this bond is for. So rather than use that, allowing it to be used for public safety or transit capital improvements, I would say should Mountain Air or something not be feasible, that money could only be moved to another area-wide life or safety access road.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mr. Constant, how do you vote? Mr. Constant votes yes. That amendment passes 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, having problems with the button there. I went into a little bit of this and my concern about what, not so much this bond itself, but the ordinance that sets up our ability to even address a bond like this. I have to bring up again, and I think I've been getting getting to the place where I think there's really a stalemate here in the ordinance between what the Muni thinks it has power to do and what the service areas believe they are exclusively given the right to do. So I'm not sure how to really answer that question, but I did have a conversation with our road board last night. They had their regular monthly meeting, and they are very concerned about what this did, especially because even though they could come up with a road that they believed qualified, they are still concerned that it is really outside of the purview of the municipality as a whole to come in and decide that a road within the community is going to be kind of taken over by this area-wide funding to do a particular project. And on top of that, the idea that the taxpayers in that community who have already agreed to deal with their own road issues are going to be asked to pay for a road that is outside of their taxed area. So it is very much a fundamental question about whose authority is overriding whose authority, the other entity's authority. So I will say that, there's been an effort made to say, well, even though we're doing this one-time thing to deal with these 3 roads in different service areas and one outside of a service area, there was a thought that we'll just say it's not going to impact the authority or jurisdiction of the 2 service areas that are involved here, but you can't just say that when essentially the language in the ordinance basically allows that to happen. So I don't know how to reconcile this. The recommendation that's coming from my community is that this goes, on pause to be able to really figure out how to better craft a mechanism by which you want to get at the particular project on the hillside that doesn't have a service area coverage to be able to bond appropriately. It has nothing to do with the fact that there are that there's value to some of these projects. I don't think they're willy-nilly projects by any means. But my community believes they have 4 or 5 projects like this, and then I just happen to think today, well, we're also trying to replace Starner Bridge, but that's a bridge that has life safety access issues with fire department equipment as well. So it just kind of muddies the waters quite a bit. So again, I don't know how to reconcile this at this point other than to move to postpone this, and I'll just do that. I'll just say I move to postpone until we can figure out how to either reconcile this between the conflict between the Muni Code and Charter that the service area believes is on their side and the municipality believes is on their side, and maybe move forward with trying to figure out a different avenue for the funding mechanism.
So just to, and it appears Mr. Dyson has seconded it. Just to be clear, are you moving to postpone indefinitely?
We can pick a date. I recognize the fact that if this gets postponed tonight, it will not go on the ballot in the spring. So I don't know if it's worth it to actually try to put a date on it. But I pretty much am assured that if it did get postponed, it would come up again for next year's ballot if bonding is the only way to deal with this. So can I leave it at that and just say I don't want to say indefinitely because I know that makes everybody nervous, but does it have to be to some kind of date specifically or the word indefinitely?
Yes, one of the two. And just parliamentary clarification, if you do postpone it indefinitely, you can bring it back to the table.
And it very well could be that if it comes back, it's going to come back in a different form and have a whole different life the next time around anyway. So I will move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Does the secretary agree to changing that motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and go down the queue on the new motion before us. Mr. Weddleton?
I won't support it, but I'll speak more on that when we get to the main motion.
Okay. Mr. Peterson, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
So I'm going to do the same thing John did. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Dyson, on the motion to never mind. Mr. Constant, on the motion before us?
Thank you. I don't know how difficult it might be to our friends on the administration over here, but rather than hold hostage whole other neighborhoods to Eagle River's reticence to take care of its responsibilities or someone else's responsibilities, could we not amend the language? I hate to do that on the fly, but to remove the Eagle River projects and then continue with the bond so that we don't penalize other neighborhoods who want to be part of this amazing transformation that is being provided for. I would like to do that. I mean, I'm going to vote no to this, to postpone indefinitely, because I don't want to harm other neighborhoods. But can we just strike the Eagle River projects from the bond?
Through the chair, you certainly could. I'm not sure that would be our recommendation because we have recognized that there's a community need in the Chugach, Eagle River, Birchwood area in addition to those other areas that we have identified in this proposal, but there's no reason why you could not to delete the Eagle River project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And do you want to remain in the queue, Mr. Constant? No? Okay. Ms. LaFrance, on the motion before us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support this motion, though I appreciate the conflict that Ms. Kennedy finds herself in with the community, but we can't wait. We need to do this now, and we need to figure out a solution here tonight. And I'm interested in what Mr. Constant has proposed as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And do you want to remain in the queue? Okay. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment perspective on removing the Chugach Eagle River project from the list. I don't think that really resolves Ms. Kennedy's concerns because her taxpayers are still paying for the other two projects. So her concern is more about the whole ordinance and life safety access roads being area-wide and not specifically with one project here. If I'm correct, Mrs. Kennedy.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the motion before us, members may proceed to vote. That motion fails 8-2. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thank you. A couple points here, but I guess I've probably told you all many times, but this summer I was traveling in California, went through Paradise where they had that horrible fire, and that is not in my district. But I'll tell you, it was very emotional to see what happened to that community. And if there's a fire and people get trapped and die in Eagle River, that's not my district either, but I don't want to be around when that happens. If it happens on the hillside, Turnagain Arm, Girdwood, all across the city, we don't have the resources to take care of emergency access or egress and so on. Whether it's a fire or earthquake, we need to take care of this stuff. So it's not just a hillside thing. This is we have huge problems all around the city. But I respect Debbie Osiander. She was sitting here for 9 years, and she's been very active before and very active continuously. And she sent us a long letter, I guess, and the Birchwood Community Council did, kind of challenging this. And I believe we postponed our decision on this, Mr. Haberman, because of community input. And that's why we're here today instead of deciding 2 weeks ago. But I don't see it. And I looked for it. And I'm a product of road service areas on the hillside. And when I read the charter, I don't see, I see the kind of the mood of a road service area. We'll take care of ours, you take care of yours is kind of the attitude, and it works. But it's not in the charter here. And I don't see the conflict. This charter is more, this is what service areas can do and only do, but it doesn't really limit what the city can do. Looking at the code, and I looked at all the code citations that she mentioned, and the only thing I can see in here there would be some limitation is that any project done has to be, no work shall be performed except in accordance with the approved service area budget and contracts, which might impact it. I think Mr. Falsey might think not, I don't know. But that's something that Eagle River folks could say, but it's not in our budget and not do it, so it would meet Mr. Constant's goal. Or, I think, and with the wording we just discussed, that lets the bond money move around to other projects that are kind of for these uses, Eagle River could, if it's within the budget, choose another project, and the bond funding would allow another project to be done if this isn't your priority. So searching hard for really giving the Birchwood Community Council letter kind of the benefit of the doubt, I couldn't see where they really had firm standing. So I will vote in support and hope you will too.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I've been living here in Anchorage for going on 39 years, and there's been access problems all over town the entire time I've lived here. We've been extremely fortunate to not have had forest fires that caused lots of damage and deaths up on Hillside or in many areas of town. And so to finally get around to providing emergency access exits out of neighborhoods so that there's more than one way to get in and out of the road that you drive home every day in case there happens to be a fire makes perfect sense to me. And I think we're rolling the dice if we're going to postpone this and think, well, we can do it next year or the year after, because they've been saying that for 39 years, and we never made it this far before. And so I think it's time to get this on the ballot, and hopefully the voters will approve this. And we were fortunate this year. We had the MLK fire. We got that under control before it got up into Hillside, but it was closer than most people realize. And we did actually have to evacuate some of the people that were near that fire. And so it was a little bit of a wake-up call, and I think it's important that we start building some of these access roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I guess I have to comment that none of this was about Chugach Eagle River not being willing to see these projects done. It is about the impact that it has. And Mr. Weddleton, I will disagree with you that in Section 9.01 of the Charter, it says that a service area may be created, altered, or abolished only with the approval of the majority of the voters on the question within the area. So the question being asked of the voters now is, as a whole, do you want to support this project, when the service area has not been asked that question? And so it again, it comes down to there being a definite conflict in what the Charter says in terms of protecting service areas and what we're trying to do in terms of overriding those rights and responsibilities, if you will. So again, I'm a little bit insulted, I guess, that people would think that Chugach Eagle River doesn't want to be a part of this. They are trying to help understand what they already think that they are have in writing, that is their right and their responsibility. And one of the things that is concerning, again, is so how far does this go? Because we have service areas who are supposed to take on the responsibility through their own taxes to take care of their own roads, because we have one area in the municipality that can't do that, it kind of messes it up, muddies the water, if you will, for everybody else. And so I'm just saying that I would hope there would be another mechanism by which this could be done that doesn't impact the authority of the boards who are responsible for coming up with capital improvement projects and whose local taxpayers are approving that, and they're approving the funding for that. So I just find this very problematic, and and I don't know that there's a good way to reconcile this. But if this passes, I mean, obviously, at least one area gets the benefit of the whole at the expense of the service areas who are already providing their own taxes, plus now paying for something else. I think that kind of goes back to Mr. Dunbar's comment about, his people having to pay for something on the hillside or something in Chugach Eagle River. And so anyway, I would have appreciated it if we had actually recognized this conflict and disconnect earlier, that would have been helpful, and I understand that, and I apologize for not actually seeing it sooner. But anyway, enough said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
Well, I'd brief comment and then a question for staff. This is not one area. The Subursa could not create a secondary access to the visitor center. There's no way you could fund that. That has to be done with bigger money from somewhere else. You can't do it. So it's not just like a hillside mountain air thing. This is everywhere except Ardza, and even in Ardza we have unfunded. But I'd ask, because this is interesting, did we change a service area? What did we do here? But in fact we have, in the odd way of Anchorage, area-wide functions, which is not a service area, and we have service areas. And we created an area-wide function to do life safety improvements, much as there are fire services on top of Subursa, there's EMT on top of Subursa, there are state roads on top of Subursa, and within Subursa that are maintained, which someday we may be taxed to pay for, even though they're not in my area, and so on. So maybe Ms. Wynn Pearson's in the queue to explain area-wide functions versus service areas.
Certainly, Mr. Whittleton, to the chair. That's exactly why I had hopped in the queue, because I do think it's important in thinking about this to actually think about the language of state law, which is the origin of our construction of this service area concept, sort of on top of that through our charter and then our code. Title 29 is what explains what a service area is and does, and I think it's important to understand exactly what that language says, and I think Mr. Whittleton's description is apt, and I would actually say that those area-wide powers kind of sit underneath the service area, because what the state law says is that service areas are to provide special services or to provide a higher level of services. So a service area is formed to provide special services, and special services are defined to include services not provided by the unified municipality. So where the whole municipality doesn't provide a service, the service area can be formed for those people to pay to have that service there, even though the whole municipality doesn't get it. Or to have a higher level of services. So the fire service area gets a higher level of service than folks who live outside the fire service area, who still get some service, but they don't get the higher level of service that's in the fire service area. And I think it's important not to conflate the concept with the concept of a city, which is incorporated within a borough. In that situation, a city incorporated within a borough does have exclusive jurisdiction over certain things, certain powers, whereas a service area is really an overlay. It doesn't in any way legally, under Title 29, remove the ability of the municipality to provide in the entire area, or of a unified borough to provide services across the entire area. It's just a tool for an area to say, we want more services to sit on top of the services that the whole municipality provides. So what this what the ordinance that enabled this ballot to go forward did was it said the level of services that we're providing across the board is increasing. So you still get more services or specific services within each service area that sits on top of that, but that base level just increased. Another thing was added to that level. So state law, in my legal opinion, certainly does not inhibit the ability of the municipality as a whole, particularly a home rule municipality like Anchorage, from adding area-wide services that benefit everyone, even if certain service areas, again, that sit on top of that, have different levels of services.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just to Ms. Kennedy, certainly wasn't intending to be insulting. And my comments weren't directed at you, more so the communications I heard from the people you represent. And so I apologize for coming across bluntly.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-1. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope we don't have to use this whole time, but I move to extend the meeting till midnight. I think this next issue is going to take some considerable time. I see Christian Health Associates out in the audience, and again, I hope we don't go there, but I want us to give us the flexibility. So I move to extend until midnight.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend the meeting to midnight. That motion is approved. All right, moving on. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-6, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $43 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to be the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvements in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area and related capital improvements.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom McGrath. First, I'd like to apologize. I'm sorry I didn't adjust my testimony 2 weeks ago to consider inflation. Sorry I upset that one testifier tonight. I went to the MLA-supported Anchorage Transportation Fair on January 23rd. Thank you very much. I saw quite a few of the Assembly members there, and it was a good representation of what we can look forward to in transportation in Anchorage. The bond issue 2020-6 includes a couple of items that I don't think should be on the bond. And the one in particular is Image Drive, Reflection Drive, Anchorage Road reconstruction for $3.5 million. And in fact, over the years, the total cost is about $10 million. I think the 3.5 is just the initial part. In Spenard, for years, the people on Lois, Greenland, Wyoming, Oregon, and the cross streets and then the streets down to Fish Creek have been asking for those roads to be reconstructed. And they are roads that were built in the 40s, 50s, a long time ago. And the city has said, well, if you elect to tax yourself, they go to door, property owner to property owner, get them to vote so that they would pay 10% of the cost, and the city would pay 90%. And like with this area, Image Drive, Reflection Drive, it's not access roads, this is a subdivision. It's just like the area in Spenard, only it's, to my way of thinking, I drove over there the other day after looking at the plans at the transportation fair, and I thought, God, this is new and just like Wonderland compared to Spenard. So why do they get $10 million? And Spenard, who's been asking for this reconstruction of their area since the 80s, back when Lance Wilbur was the guy that was running that type of stuff for the city. I mean, when he was a child, when he was on AMATS, or ran AMATS, whatever. Why is one area going to be paid for and not another area? Just, to me, it's just discrimination against a poor area with a lot of renters. There's a lot of absentee landlords who wouldn't vote to tax themselves, so they don't get it. But then here's an area that wasn't built properly in the 90s. The roads, probably are failing.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, but I have a question for you,
sure.
Mr. Constant.
So, Tom, you're like singing my song right now. I understand our road policies are baffling to a lot of people, and I can't quite figure out how projects get prioritized, because there are a couple of neighborhoods that have high concentrations of poverty that don't seem to get the investment that other parts of town get reinvestment twice and three times for. And so, would you just finish your comments?
Well, there's one in South Anchorage, too, Zodiac Manor, and also on Tasha Drive reconstruction. It just seems that there's certain ones that get paid for, and they're the Taj Mahal, where there's areas in Spenard that you can just barely drive down Lois today from Spenard to Benson. It's very narrow. There's snow stacked everywhere. The city doesn't clear it the way they do other subdivisions. Used to live in Rogers Park, College Village, and I mean, the roads there were really maintained well. Of course, we had some state legislatures, and the chief of police. You know, we got treated right. Other places are not treated right, and Lois Drive and that area should be reconstructed, and the city should do it. And I don't know why they haven't over the last 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dave Kuiper, and I'm with Christian Health Associates. I want to thank you all for working very, very hard all the time. I've visited and testified at a number of your meetings, and you work very, very hard, and I want to thank you for your good work. I especially want to thank you for working very hard at the recent November 19 Assembly meeting to ensure that $1.5 million were included in this bond budget to provide adequate funds to take Christian Health Associates, quote, out of the fray, end quote, of still pending decisions within the municipality project management and engineering department regarding ultimate funding streams for construction of the Academy Drive, Vanguard Drive Road project. We appreciate the Assembly coming up with a solution to appropriate the funds necessary for acquisition of our buildings and relocation of our organization so that we may continue to carry out our mission. We've received private foundation support as well for that effort, and we're prepared to proceed. We left that Assembly meeting with relief, anticipating PM&E's re-engagement of the acquisition relocation process they had previously stopped. PM&E's acquisition and relocation contractor did contact us. We provided a significant amount of information, and then we did not hear anything from PM&E until January 10, 2020, when we were invited to a meeting with its director and other members of the staff. We anticipated learning about the next steps in the process of acquisition and relocation, and what we learned instead was that PM&E had decided to halt acquisition proceedings completely and instead move the project to AMATS and TIP, a process that leaves Christian Health Associates, our property, and most importantly, our ability to perform our mission, which includes social, medical, and addiction services in the Anchorage community. It left them all under indefinite cloud while that process goes forward. After years of planning, our parcel was one of the properties targeted for acquisition. Appraisals were ordered and offers were made. We have coordinated relocation efforts and spent time and money identifying a property that we could move to. Now, based upon the thought that the MOA alignment selection process might be flawed, PM&E is refusing to proceed with the acquisition on theory that it may lead to waste. We think that shows a lack of planning or confidence in their own engineering, and we've been advised it may also be the basis of an inverse condemnation complaint because this action prevents our sale of our current property and severely inhibits.
Your time is up, but I do have some questions for you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the remainder of this, and then I'd like to hear from the administration to respond before we move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Proceed. We think this shows a lack of planning or confidence in their own engineering, and we've been advised it may also be the basis for an inverse condemnation complaint because this action prevents our sale of our current property and severely inhibits our ability to take the chance of improving it for our mission. While we respect the position of the PM&E director and the challenge of fiduciary responsibility he and the department bears for the taxpayers, we also respectfully ask that you approve these bonds and encourage the department to return to the intent of your decision on November 19, made with a commitment to fairness to Christian Health Associates as well as fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of Anchorage. and then proceed with the acquisition and relocation of Christian Health Associates. I'm glad to provide each of you with a copy of the letter we received from the PME director that more fully explains their action.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, please. And then would someone from the administration like to weigh in?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair.
Are we still in the public hearing?
We are. What I would like us to do is just a quick, and then we can come back to it after we're done with the public hearing.
The brief version is, as I mentioned at one of the work sessions, we understand that the Christian Health Associates organization has been put into something of a difficult spot by this whole project. And so, again, we apologize for that. Our primary mission is always to protect the taxpayer. And so what has happened since the Assembly last took action on the proposed capital budget was that we have approached the state and discussed the prospect of using federal funds through the AMATS process to build the Academy Vanguard extension. If we do that, then most of our local match, or most of the funding will be paid for by federal funds that flow through that process. And there is some risk that were we to take the building now, we would end up paying millions of dollars more than we would ever need to pay, and maybe millions of dollars on a project, on an acquisition that would ultimately not be necessary to the road project. So I understand that this further extends the process, but until we know how the AMATS process plays out, it's just our position that it does not make sense to spend significant taxpayer monies on an acquisition for a right-of-way that we have not caught up to yet.
Thank you. So everyone mull on that, and we'll get back to that during the debate. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, an Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage and currently a resident of Medicine Valley. What I said before concerning about this is another item that you introduced on the last regular meeting, the 14th, and you have a public hearing tonight. There is no fair chance for the public to be engaged. I'd also like to remind you there's numerous community councils. They're spread out an entire 30 days. Some may not be as frequent, but the fact is this does not connect with them. I'm deeply concerned that you have so much money that you're reviewing tonight for going to the voters if you decide to do it, and you're already in that direction on the other items, that you've not connected with the people appropriately. In the Valley, they would have at least 2 public hearings. They like what I say. When you have issues such as this, it's complex and complicated and fair chance, 2 public hearings would, but you can't do it with this tonight unless you put it off on for the next chance for being on the ballot and not the April. So what are you telling the voters and the Anchorage residents and others is that we had no other choice, but you did have a choice. The administration and the Assembly, you've been discussing this issue, but the paperwork, the introduction public hearing did not occur until the January 14th regular meeting, and today is January 28th. What do we got? A situation that you're asking the public to approve something, but they have not been having a chance to tell you what they think. The end result is you're going to decide here tonight, most likely, because the decision tonight means if you don't decide and put this on the ballot, you won't be able to put it on the ballot for this election coming up in April. But this doesn't give a good message to the public. And for those hearing me outside, this is the way business is done. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. And also, the discussion on this has been outside in other meetings of the Assembly and presentations and so forth before this public hearing. And comments were made, and it's not just questions. So there was prejudice there, because when you push something through, you need to hear from the public first before you change something. And this is what you've done. Thank you. And for a footnote, just to add, save time, the next item, ditto. Exact words, you can take those comments to, because that's also an item that's for the April election. Ditto. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I believe we have a series of amendments,
Oh, really?
don't we, on this one?
No, maybe not.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have to say I'm not really satisfied with the administration's answer on the Christian Health Associates building. We have $3 million in the bank, and or at least authorized. We specifically are authorizing on this, unless you've changed it, and I missed it, we still have $1.5 million on this bond for this project, for right-of-way acquisition, which is specifically for Christian Health Associates, and we had a long discussion about it. Now, I understand that, so my understanding from, I believe, the letter they sent, the previous letter, was that we can use the building, if we have to knock it down, as collateral, or not collateral, as part of our contribution through the AMATS process. Is that correct?
Yes, with some caveats.
Right. And so the caveat, I believe, is we might not get the full value. It might be $2 million instead of $4 million. But if you remember, you were originally asking us to spend $20 million of municipal funds on this. So to me, we are still $18 million in the good. And that might not even happen. Now, supposing we do purchase the building and we decide, I'm not sure how this would happen exactly, but we decide that we're going to take a different route. Despite we already investigated this, and I know AMATS is a different process, but ultimately I struggle to see how they're going to find a different intersection. I think they're still going to end up going that way. But let's say even if they don't, well, then we still own the building. And we talked about this when we had the debate back in December or November when we had it, that there's value in that building. Unlike maybe some other things that we could acquire, that's a building that the municipality could actually use for things. And I wish Ms. Ward were here, because I think she spoke to us at the time about, no, we could find something to do with this. We could sell it. We could lease it. We could turn it into some other municipal facility. And I don't see how any of that has changed. And given that you were asking us to specifically ask people of Anchorage to dedicate money to this thing, I don't understand how the administration's simultaneous position can be, we are not doing this thing.
Are you asking for a response?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, what part of what I just said was not true?
I'm not sure any part of it was not true. I think the way I would respond is to say, when we first came to you, we had no other option other than a do-nothing option, which caused a big problem in the neighborhood, or a very expensive option. We heard very clearly from the Assembly that they didn't like the very expensive option. What has transpired since that Assembly action is that we now believe we have a pretty good chance of taking it through the federal process. In the federal process, we'll have to pay something like a 9% match. So it is the case that were we to acquire the building now, and the federal process required acquisition of that building, the acquisition of that building, hopefully, assuming that we crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's, would count as our local match. But it would likely exceed the amount of local match that we would have to provide. So if our local match on the project is some small number of millions, if we end up paying some small or greater than small number of millions for the building, we will have spent more local money on this project than we needed to do. There's also some risk in the federal process that taking a look at the project afresh, that the project, which would in some likelihood be led by the state, might come up to a different alignment. There were two real alignments at play. One was the one that went through the Christian Health Associates building. One was another alignment that went further to the south. The main distinguisher between the two is the overall cost. And if we were to go out now and procure this building, there is some risk that we would spend millions of dollars on a building that Robin Ward tells me earlier today we don't have an immediate purpose for, and we could ultimately try to cut our losses by selling it. But we would get no credit for it at all as a local match if it is not actually needed for the project as it is designed and built in the now state-led AMATS-funded process. So I understand that this keeps Christian Health Associates in an additional limbo period. I don't have a better answer for that, but it seems to me that the most responsible way of managing our local municipal fisc is to see whether we can get the state to pick up the 91% of the cost of this project that they've really foisted upon us with its stateside project and get out of it as cheaply as we can. If that does not come to pass, then we will be back where we were in the fall, where we will say there's no other option but for us to proceed with local funds. We now have the match that we need to acquire the Christian Health Associates building, and we'll proceed as a local project. So I know that it's not a particularly satisfactory answer, but it just seems that proceeding now comes with significant risk that we will be overspending in a way that if we can wait 6 months, we maybe have either eliminated that risk or actually found a way to spend less money.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey, can you explain when a cost is incurred before the project? Because there's no immediate action. We're going to take this to the voters on the bond, so that's out, I don't know, February, March, April. And then we have bond funds that we don't spend right away. I mean, can't we pursue these on parallel tracks? And isn't the bond language, I hate to keep using this word, but squishy enough that if we don't spend it on that, we have the ability to spend it on another next project in line? Like, can't we go down these tracks in tandem while we see if it's going to be included on the tip? Or is putting it on the bond, or if the bond passes, considered then a cost incurred that would make it ineligible?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Zalatel, I think we are proceeding exactly as you are recommending. We are proposing to pass the ARDSA bond with the money for the Christian Health Associates acquisition in it, but we are telling you that as an administration, we are not proceeding with that acquisition now because we are hoping that the federal process plays out. And if it does, that will largely eliminate at least a portion of the need of our local bond funds to be used to acquire that building.
Do we know how long it will take to know whether or not the project's included in the tip?
I believe our estimate was something like 6 to 8 months because it is a involved process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Most of those questions were what I was thinking as well. But just because something gets on the tip doesn't mean a project is proceeding, right? I mean, there are 5-year arcs, 10-year arcs. These tips seem to have projects that get on them that happen and don't. They get moved, reprioritized. So is it an earnest 6 to 8 months, or is this just spitball and we're really talking likely 5 years or something?
So to the chair, to Assemblymember Constant, I think it is an earnest 6 to 8 months because we will either add it to the tip or not in 6 to 8 months. And at that point, if it doesn't go on, then we will proceed. If we do add it, then we'll have every intention of moving forward.
So is it the position of the administration that they would support adding it to the tip?
Yes. So we had, to the chair, to Assemblymember Constant, we met with the state after the assembly conversation, and I think our intention is very much in line with the state to proceed adding this to the tip somehow, some way.
Well, not somehow, some way. There are 3 votes on the policy committee that are municipal. 1 is the mayor, 2 are the assembly. That carries the majority, and so it's not a question so much of is it possible? Is the will there? Seems like the question.
Yes, I think the will is there. The somehow, some way refers to the fiscal constraint of the overall tip. So to add this, something else has to come out. That's what we'll have to work out.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I think some of my points are like Chris's. I mean, this surprise it's not in the tip, but it's in the MTP 2040 that we'll approve somewhat soon. Been on that list. I mean, we should be able to get on the tip pretty quick. But to have DOT say their gift to us is that they're okay with making an AMATS project, that's not a gift. We can decide on our own. So we got nothing out of them, which was a surprise to me. But regarding getting the building as a match, and to Meg's point, it's a time issue because they need to get bought out quick because they have a deal with a alternative building that could fall through. So postponing it doesn't work for Christian Health Associates. They've been postponed already for years. But as far as the match and overshooting, what we have is kind of been looking at is a project that just takes it from Academy north to Abbott. But we also agreed to add on all of Vanguard, so south of Academy as well. And if you combine those two as the AMATS project, then you have a more expensive project. So you're not so far off on the match. And if we look at in the MTP 2040, it calls this a $17 million project, but we'd all know it's 20 to 25 million. But if you make it an AMATS project, it's probably 30 to 35. Looking at Lance, it's going to be more. And if you add on the other section, then it's probably 40 million. Well, there we need about 4 million to match. I think that's where we are. So I don't think the match is such an issue. Expand the scope of the project to include all of Vanguard, and you're going to get there. So I can understand. I don't want to waste taxpayer money either. But as much as we can, this is a problem for Christian Health Associates. But I know Chris can list 20 other buildings or more that suffer the same fate. And here's one chance to fix it, and we need to watch for it on every project and figure out how to not to wreck businesses for any road, particularly one that's ill-advised in the first place.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
So two questions/points. First, just in terms of timeline, and I think Mr. Weddleton addressed it, but can you speak to the timeline that was originally thought through in terms of when the funds or when the purchase would happen for Christian Health Associates, and was that anticipated in the next month, 2 months, and now we're looking at pushing that out 6 months? Can you just give me a general sense of what that timeline change for them would be? That's the first piece. And the second question is, for the action we're taking tonight, this doesn't actually impact the bond. The bond is staying the same as it was originally. It's just we're talking about action by the administration has changed. So those two questions.
Through the chair to Assembly Member Perez-Verdia. On the first question, my understanding is that the Christian Health Associates had hoped that they would be under some kind of contract before the end of last year. So this is something like a 6 to 9 month extension for them. But to your second point, that's exactly right. This conversation is important and we should continue to have it, but it actually doesn't particularly change the measure in front of you unless you want to take the increment for Christian Health Associates acquisition as part of the Academy Vanguard project out of the bond. If you leave the bond as it is currently proposed, then we can have additional conversations about whether we should proceed speedily or less speedily with an acquisition, but it doesn't change what we would put before voters.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I just want to echo what John said, and that when you have an opportunity to do the meaningful right thing, you should do it when you can, because that opportunity will fly away and people will get buried under the inaction of the bureaucracy. And so there's nothing we can do that could compel you, of course, other than to appeal to your sense of humanity in all of this, that we should figure out a way to make this work, because I can show you 20 examples of people who have been left behind in neighborhoods that start to fall apart when we turn away from our duty, because we'll get there someday. And that we'll get there someday, as you heard Mr. McGrath suggest in Spenard, someday is never coming. And the same with the highway right through a neighborhood. Someday it just seems like it's never coming. When you can do something, I think you should do it.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I had a question that has been answered, and it was regarding the options before us and the amount listed for the Academy Vanguard project. And I would just say that I definitely support action to make Christian Health Associates whole, and I don't want to be like the state and how they kind of, leave the community members in the lurch. So whatever we can do, I'm definitely in support. Though I hear you, Mr. Falsey, when you say that our duty is to protect the taxpayers. Definitely a conflict, support making you whole.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14D. Ordinance number AO 2020-3. An ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7th, 2020. The question of whether to approve a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the costs of leasing emergency medical equipment and systems and rescinding voter authorization in 2019 and any further voter authorization in 2020.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the administration. This has come up in a couple council meetings, community council meetings. How can taxpayers be assured that the contracts for leasing the equipment will be in the taxpayers' interest, that we'll be getting the best deal? Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, I might invite the assistance of the fire department to speak on that question. But I can say as they are walking to the microphone, the part of our analysis has been that as compared to outright buying it, it looks like this gets us on a uniform platform and should be, in the end, cheaper to taxpayers. And we're informed by the experience of some other communities that have gone ahead of us that has been a positive experience. So I'll pass the baton to Chief Hetrick and Battalion Chief Mandavi.
Good evening, Assemblymember LaFrance. Jody Hetrick, Anchorage Fire Department. Probably the simplest answer I have is this will go through the competitive purchasing process. There is small concern that this was a sole source because it is one company who kind of presented the idea. We will go through the competitive purchasing process to ensure that we get the absolute best price for this equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just add that some of the PTSD from SAP comes up, and it came up in this context. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted some general information because I'm on board with this idea of leasing this equipment. But I was looking at the performance reports of various departments today, and I noticed that street maintenance and operation actually does all of your equipment maintenance and repair. Is that true? That they're doing, I think, radios and I don't know. Anyway, there was a component in there that led me to believe that part of your equipment repair is actually done through the maintenance department. And would this offset that?
Assemblymember Kennedy, through the chair. The only work that M&O does for us when it comes to maintenance of items is our radios, which are not included in any of this. In the past, they were part of the maintenance piece for our life packs, but because of their short staffing and lack of resources, we have gone to the manufacturer to take care of that. So all of this maintenance for these items is either taken care of directly by the manufacturer or by our maintenance shop, which is separate from streets and facilities.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So I think, having looked at this, it looks like it works well, which surprises me. But at a couple community councils, which firefighters have been to, and it's actually really nice because they go to most of them, it seems like, which is, I think, helpful. People really enjoy that and learn stuff. They were kind of stumbling over this, and you might coach them and say, okay, here's the fundamentals. Because people, it is a little tricky to understand. It's not intuitive that leasing is cheaper than buying, and they don't know what all these devices are. If they came in with their devices, we all like to look at them, or something, or even had pictures. But I think you should ramp up your marketing on this so people understand it. Because I know your firefighters who come to the community councils really want to get the message out.
Assemblymember Weddleton, through the chair. We actually had a meeting earlier today to develop basically what we're calling a marketing education strategy, and that will include talking points for all of our employees. We are also doing some video shots of exactly what the equipment is and the difference between the old equipment and new equipment, so we hope to roll that out. We've been a little slow to do much of that because we wanted to get past this hurdle first and see the support that we got here before we go whole hog and actually attach resources to developing those tools.
Are we a hurdle? That's like negative.
Okay, maybe not a hurdle, maybe this step, before we pass this step.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, Chief. How long do these pieces of equipment last?
Service life, well, it depends on the piece of equipment.
They
Service
unify-
life, for example, for the life packs is 7 years.
Right. So isn't it a fair argument to suggest that if the life of a bond is 20 to 30 years, it's wiser to pay up front for certain expenses that aren't going to be lasting so long?
So the interesting thing with all of this is we have heard repeatedly over the years that why are we bonding for what should be operating expenses, but we had no other funding source. So truly, we listened to the comments that we received back from the public and some of you as to come up with a better mechanism for us to take care of this equipment. And this is, we think, a much better, much more efficient, and less expensive way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-4, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 10.20, relating to conduct of business, record keeping and reporting requirements, video surveillance, and other requirements for pawnbrokers. Public testimony is now open on this item. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this moment of personal privilege. I just wanted to add that it's my intention to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 25, and this is so that we can discuss this in the Public Safety Committee meeting next Wednesday, February 5, 11 to 12:30, City Hall, room 830. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one? Madam Vice Chair?
I move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 25.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, then that'll be back before us at the meeting of February 25th. Moving on, we now have before us item 14F, resolution number AR 2020-7, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an additional $820,290.78 to the state direct federal pass-through grants fund as a transfer of responsibilities agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the Transit Marketing and Rideshare Program, all within the Public Transit Department. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years resident of Anchorage, and currently resident of Mat-Su Valley. This item, I would like to raise a couple of points here on topic. First of all, the brevity, 4 pages, that's all we have. Where's a copy of the agreement? Second is, when you see a copy of the agreement, I see numbers here, but what do they really mean? How is the accounting as far as where is it really going and how is it going to be used? It's not here. And I would like to remind you of an incident when I addressed concern about not having seen a copy of an agreement. It was many months ago, and it was before you a copy of agreement in the LIO. And I says, how can you prove an agreement of the LIO when there's no copy of the public to see? Response was, you were going to approve a copy of the agreement, and the administration didn't even have a copy available. It wasn't ready. So you were going to approve an agreement that didn't exist. So I bring that out as an example and how you need more detail on this. Now, the second part of this, it makes reference to AMATs. Now, I've attended AMATs roughly the last 3 meetings approximately, and on both occasions I addressed concern there was no public notice in the public notice section for the meeting. It was hidden somewhere else. And there was a lot of information somewhere else, but it's not known for where the Port Commission meetings are, Assembly meetings are, and so forth. It didn't exist. I raised concern there. So you're approving something as a pass-through. But the fact is, AMATS is operating with, where's the notice? And some members of the Assembly are here, but note for the record, they look the other way on that issue, and it's been business as usual. And then the last thing I'd like to mention is concern is I see the issue on It says transit marketing and rideshare, okay? How much is really going to rideshare and whatever? But the fact is, a point of note here, I attended the transit meetings, public transit meetings, and I've addressed what I've heard there to you in previous meetings, and I hope you incorporate instead of repeating it. But you created a situation dealing with public transit and basically saying to the people, the ones who have no other choice are using it, and the ones who have other choices are going somewhere else. So we create a priority on public transit, because that's what we're talking here, money dealing with public transit. And the fact is, I would encourage the city to adopt a redirection of policy and priorities, because, note again, in the future, you're hearing numbers of substantial costs on big projects, new sewer and so forth. Where's the money going to come from? But if you deal with it ahead of time and bring it out and expand the transit, it'll be less costly for the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you. That's my time up.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
I should stop myself from doing this, but this is just something I believe is already in the budget. We've seen it, and if you have any questions, we've also approved our tips and all kinds of things that include lots of details on this kind of money. So, in fact, the process is ongoing. There's no secrets.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support this, but it is interesting to me that we didn't have a copy of the Torah, and I was just wondering where I would find that if I wanted to see what was actually what the agreement really is.
We can provide one to you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 8-0. We now have before us resolution number AR 2020-9, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $125,052 to the area-wide general fund and various other general service area sub-funds, various departments from premiums on the sale of 2019 general purpose refunding Series B bonds for the payment of bond issuance costs in 2019. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Oh, man, you guys are tired. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, it's okay. It does this. It's so late at night. That item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14H, resolution number AR 2020-10, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $350,000 from the Area-Wide General Fund Assembly Department 2019 operating budget to the Area-Wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund Real Estate Department Real Estate Services Division for City Hall tenant improvements. Public testimony is open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 40 years, approximately 20 years of those years a resident of Anchorage and a currently resident in Sioux Valley. Very little information, but I have a couple comments on it. I know you all want to go home, and so do I. Okay, meaning it's a long evening. But notice who else is addressing on these subjects. I wish 300,000 people, they were here, they were involved, they were speaking to you on what's before you. Now, what this is about, and I remember because I've attended so many meetings, more than I want to, but I remember comments in City Hall at your meetings there where you discuss rebuilding, having offices down where the ombudsman offices are now. And I'm seeing here an issue of monies. Now, I'm having difficulty seeing very little information on this thing, but this is the first time I've seen how much this is costing, and this is not inexpensive. So for those who don't have an affirmative to the public that might hear my voice, I'm seeing numbers of $385,000 unencumbered balance This expenditure $350,000 and resulting balance of $35,000. I've protested over the years of you having your meetings in City Hall away from the people. There is a cost of having the meetings here, but you're setting a situation, why now, out of all these years, all these decades, that you want offices, and then where's the connection for when any of this was approved before, and where's the more detail of this thing? There has been note by the chair at the meetings with respect that I've gone, and I was there, but in many of those meetings the public has no chance to talk about it because they're no more as a work session, no place for public comment. This is the first time I'm able to address it, and I'm very concerned that you created more of a situation where was the need for it in times of financial difficulties. The state and we all are wondering where the money's going to come from. Why now than before? You've gone this direction. And why didn't you move, if you had to spend money, and I'm still waiting for it, what would have been the cost to move the assembly committees and all of them here, have a video, audio, and the issues down before you? You're more likely going to have had people outside of me here to say, what are you doing? So I'm concerned of that, and then add one more footnote to this. This is not the only thing it's not on here, but it is part of what I see in entitlement. You're still having food in these meetings, and I told you many months ago when there was concerns of budget, this is wrong. This is wrong, because when there's a need of people wanting how they're going to come up with food, the assembly comes in and has that option there. So this is a big expense, and I would encourage you to, I don't know what you can, just to close this, I don't know what you can do tonight. I don't know if you have already proceeded with the building, but if you haven't, I would say don't do it.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
Does this have anything to do with assembly offices? $350,000 to do those offices?
Sure. So the clerk wants to speak on this one.
Through the chair, this number, the Assembly Department, through the Assembly Budget Analyst, she did a really good job taking some what were leftover funds in our budget from last year and put those in a capital account for this to prepare for the remodel. This is not the cost of the remodel. This is just setting money aside for that. Some of this was, we had planned to do it last year, and that's why the funds are being transferred into a capital account for 2019 capital account.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had big concerns about this amount of money, too. In fact, I was just telling the chairman that I could renovate my entire house for that amount of money, and actually you can buy a brand-new house for about $350,000 for an 1,800-square-foot house. But anyway, so I would like to see, even though I understand the idea that this is just a set-aside, I have a problem with trying to set this aside, and then later the expectation might be that, oh, we're going to spend $350,000 on office renovations. So I don't know how we craft that so that it's not perceived to be that. But I recognize that there is a desire amongst several of the assembly members to have their own designated office space, and of course, Mr. Dyson and I opted out of that because it just doesn't work for us being as far away as we are. But anyway, I would rather see us I'll move to postpone this till that'd be February 11th, till maybe we can have a conversation about how to craft this a little more specifically and maybe reduce that amount to specifically designate the funding allowance for what we think might be more reasonable for offices.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Yeah, Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Desiree has been working with Finance and OMB on this, and I know that I think she talked to some of us earlier this week and said that the fiscal year close is on Friday. So I think we need to ask the administration if delaying this is going to make a difference in the ability to budget this for 2019.
Through the chair, the delay till November 11th will not. You could still do it in that, and if the Assembly decides to do that, we could still honor the Assembly, the clerk's request, because 19 won't be closed until middle of February.
February 11th, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Then, Mr. Chairman, then my other question then would be, how do we actually do something with this that specifies that we're going to spend much less than this amount on renovations? If we're going to hold this until February 11th, I think we might need to start with some guidance on how to craft this a little bit more specifically to a lesser amount. Thank you.
Sure. Do we have time to do this between now and the 11th? Right. Okay. Okay. We'll make it work. Okay. Yes. So we will find time in order for us to discuss this and give guidance. Okay. So any other discussion on the motion to postpone to February 11th? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Did we miss someone? Oh, sorry. Oh, it looks like. And what did you vote, Mr. Peterson? Okay, Mr. Peterson voted yes. You're welcome. All right, moving on in our agenda, we now have item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-11, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 825 for BJV Inc. DBA Panhandler Bar.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. You know, I never heard any complaints from the community council, but I have seen a number of very odd goings on at this operation. I don't have any records to demonstrate that they are not doing a good job, but I certainly don't think that they are. I'm not going to vote against the license. Definitely follow the community council in the process of wanting to make sure we hear violations. But this, of all the bars on 4th Avenue, is the one that raises my concerns the most.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 8-0. We now have before us item 14J, resolution number AR 2020-12, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 5557 for Northern Hospitality Group Inc. DBA 49th State Brewing Company Roof Top Deck Bar.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, the members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 8-0. All right, so before we move on to special orders, the administration has asked that we make motions to reconsider items 14A through 14D as a procedural matter. which are items that are strict deadline for tonight. So, just going back through the agenda, we'll start with 14A and just get these done really quick.
I move to reconsider item 14A.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Urgent no vote.
There we go. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Trust us.
Someone.
That motion fails. Moving on, we have item 14B, AO number 2020-2.
Move to approve.
No, I
Oh,
move to reconsider.
Sorry. Move to reconsider. Sorry.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I think the refrain would be urgent vote.
Yeah.
Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That motion fails 6-2. Next one is 14C, AO number 2020-6. Someone going to make a motion on that one?
Consider.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Urgent no.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item fails 8-0. We now have 14D, AO number 2020-3.
Move to reconsider item 14D.
Moved and seconded.
Urgent no vote.
Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item fails, that motion fails 8-0. All right, when we're now at special orders, assembly reorganization. Before I ask for a motion and second, and then the clerk will take over, just want to make a brief statement, and then we'll turn it over. So back in March, approximately, of 2019, I made a commitment to step down as chair, primarily due to my re-election campaign. Come April, if I am re-elected, I'd be honored to serve again as chair to institutionalize and solidify much of the progress made in the last year by this body. And if chosen in April, I'd also like to engage in a dialogue on how we do this reorganization process both more openly and to ensure leadership chosen best suits the need of the body at the time. So with that, I'll turn it over to the body to make a motion to reorganize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, we need a motion to reorganize.
Move to reorganize.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if we vote on that. I guess we do. Do we vote on that? Okay. Yeah. Members can vote. Yeah. Yes. The motion passes 8-0. Nominations are open for chair.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Clerk, I'd like to nominate Forrest Dunbar for chair.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? The clerk and the deputy clerk will deliver the ballots.
What do I put? Put his name. Or just put yes?
To the members, I think we need to vote again. I want to remind you that there was some time ago where we had a vote and members have a duty to vote, and the instructions are that you need to put a name on the ballot. It's not yes or no, it's a name of a member. I have been studying Robert's rules recently. I'm taking a parliamentary procedure class. You can put any valid name on the ballot you want, but you do have to put a name. Mr. Dunbar is the new chair. The next office is vice chair. The nominations are open for vice chair.
Madam Clerk, I've been asked to nominate John Weddleton.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, the nominations are closed. We'll pass out the ballots, and again, you need to put a name on the ballot for any candidate.
Should I clarify? Does that mean I have to change seats?
Mr. Weddleton is the new chair, or vice chair.
I need to mourn for a bit. My space. Empty my drawers. You know, it's two bowls.
In the interlude, Mr. Chair, I would like to speak to Mr. Rivera and to say I have served now with 3 chairs, and Mr. Rivera, you were the first chair to actually practice what I think is ideal parliamentary procedure, in that you allowed the body to do its work without intervening and without making your voice the voice that is heard over all others. And I experienced with all the previous chairs some measure of that. And so I want to just say thank you and congratulate you for demonstrating what a chair should be.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So now we have time for audience participation. Would anyone like to speak?
My name is Eugene Callahan, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years resident of Anchorage and currently resident of Mat-Su Valley. First, I'd like to address the last decision you made tonight, reorganization. I didn't see any alert that this was going to happen, just the word reorganization, paperwork, whatever. But the fact is, you did a vote, and it's my understanding that when you do a vote, your vote should be publicized at the meeting and not later on. Now, note for the record, I've declared every election since 2012 illegitimate, so how could I expect your own election of reorganization to be any more open and transparent? Now I'll get back to the scenario of what happened tonight. Many of the decisions you made tonight were going on the ballot. Okay, you had introduced it for public hearing, almost all of them. There's one other that on the tax scenarios. In fairness, that was a revision, but it still was fast. A Wednesday to a Tuesday, that's not good, less than 7 days. Where was the public opportunity? But I'd like to address and appreciate, I recognize your concern on certain issues, homelessness, dealing with issues of funding, dealing with rape kits and so forth, and I appreciate Senator Dyson and his concern on the issue. But the fact remains, number one, I'd like to bring up the rape kits, because I've heard that discussed from time to time before. Some of you have been on this assembly, the difficulty of the state to process these kits because of funding, whatever. Now, you as a body could unite basically and connect with other communities. This is a state issue, not just an Anchorage issue. And your next door neighbor is the Mat-Su Valley, with over 100,000 people there. So I note for the record, this is a response to the state, and this should have been done a long time and recognized. And the seriousness should have been more advertised and publicized, and more public says, why is this going on? But you've gone in the direction of being concerned of issues like homelessness, which I don't question your concern, and issues of other issues dealing with public safety and so forth. But you denied the right for the public to be connected before you make decision, and you did it in such a fast-track way on issues going on the ballot that you introduced it on a 14th meeting, and on the 28th you had to decide tonight. And if you did motions of reconsideration. For those who are not familiar with what that means, if you did it the next day, it'd have been too late and it couldn't go on the ballot. So the premise has been way back before some of you were on the assembly, and in the previous election, was a situation that we want to do motion of reconsideration and give it some time the next day, hear from the people, but chance on that. But there's no chance. But I hope you'll hear from the public and their concern, and I hope the press reports what happened here tonight. Thank you, and my time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. The clerk would like to note that under the code, during reorganization, quote, at the close of nominations, a secret ballot shall be taken. Thank you.
It's still illegal.
Would anyone else like to participate? All right, seeing no one, we'll move on to assembly comments. We'll start with you, Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Okay, no comments, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Softballs. Ms. Wint Pearson, thank you for your amazing service to the municipality of Anchorage and helping school a number of us up on how to be better legislators. It's a gift you've given us, so thank you. And Ms. Browse, you're not getting away so easy. So congratulations and thank you.
Good. Wow, I like it.
Now get out.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you enjoy your time off for a couple of days until you start your new job, Ms. Wint Pearson. And I hope everybody enjoys the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. It could be a good one. I've got my fingers crossed for the Chiefs. They haven't been in the Super Bowl in about 50 years, so maybe it's their turn. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a thank you to Ms. Wint Pearson and Ms. Browse, and good luck. You will be missed. And also to Felix, did he leave? I can't see you. I can't see you way down there. Thank you for your work as chair, and congratulations to Mr. Dunbar and to Mr. Weddleton. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to acknowledge and thank the wonderful work that Ms. LaFrance did as the vice chair, and for always being available and for just being wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to say bye to Becky and Ona, too. It's been great. We'll miss you. Becky, that 5G is going to wear you out. You'll be back. And for Felix as chair, you know, it's so much more than just running the meetings. I think that's is invisible to people in general, but you've really done stuff, I think, with the goals and strategies that we did, and just a huge amount of stuff you've done. I didn't know chairs did that stuff, and it's actually been really good. So anyway, you've set a good example, and maybe the next guy will continue them. I don't know. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. All right. Not going to executive session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We good? We're adjourned.